This is Josiah Plays Dungeons and Dragons. This is Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a 5th edition heavy RP D&D campaign. With me are my players, Will, Knox, and Manda. Hello, players.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to Session 7. I think. Yeah, Session 7.
I was like, has it really been that many times that we've played? I feel like we haven't played that much.
We haven't cleared many rooms. We can at least agree on.
Yeah.
True.
You have cleared 2 rooms. 3, if you count 3 rooms.
Yeah, there is that secret door, actually, that was with that nasty-ass fish statue.
Can we count hallways just for, like personal pride?
Sure.
And can we count that room twice, or did you already do that?
I didn't
It's
count
true.
it
We have
twice.
to re-clear it. We've done things, guys. I promise.
You've done things. You've done things. Alright, I think we'll just jump back into it. You guys are in the dungeon. Last time, you did some things in the tavern. There was some bathing awkwardness. There was some corpse preservation and storage. You found out about the fine fellows of Daggerford and met Jalaster Silvermane, who asked you to deliver some summons to them in court. And then you went back down. You found that some carrion crawlers had come across the bodies of those bugbears that you killed, and were thus forced to kill the carrion crawlers. Then there was another bugbear spying on you, which turned and ran down the Hall of Mirrors. And out of the Hall of Mirrors came a number of shadowy duplicates of the bugbear. And so you had to kill them as well. Then you met... Then you met a pair of goblins named Pibble and Groin, calling themselves famed skull hunters, who told you that they wanted lots of skulls, and sang you a great song that you all loved.
Indeed.
I can't wait for the remix.
Alright, let's switch over to the dungeon map. Anybody have any questions or anything out the gate?
None at the moment.
You know, I was looking at something in the rules today, and I just noticed this, well, you can't dual wield with a rapier unless you have the dual wielder feat, because it doesn't count as a light weapon.
Oh, okay. I will figure that out. I won't use the bonus action attack. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so if you use, a short sword or a scimitar, I don't know why a scimitar is light and a rapier isn't, but they just made it that way so that people could dual wield scimitars like Dritz. Yeah, so if you...
Yeah, I had just been thinking
weapons.
finesse. Yep. I see it now.
The dual wielder feat does allow you to do it, though. Okay, so... Corwin uses short swords for that reason. Yeah, Nox. Okay. So you had just finished... Oh, you harvested some poison from one of the carrion crawlers, but it's only going to be efficacious for about an hour.
Actually less, because I've already put it on the rapier because Roscoe wasn't sure if this was a threat.
Yeah, anticipating a fight with the spoony goblins.
Alright. Well, the goblins called you Spoony. In any case, what do you do now?
We are going to look for the vampires, I think.
Man, there's a lot of dead bodies in this.
There are.
So you're heading north?
It would seem that way.
Who's in front?
Yes. Sardick would go in front if no one else would go.
Katrin will go up next to Sardick. He says, "You and me, buddy."
That's right. We're sent by the nurturing mother. And he'll lovingly put his hand upon the cracked pillar.
With the rubble that is sort of pointing to the north. Is the lantern lit still, or is that not a thing anymore?
Roscoe doesn't need it. I had him carrying it in the last session for other people's sake. So, do people want it?
I don't personally need it.
There's no other light sources, right, besides Katrin's shield?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that would be it.
I mean,
Is
I can
everybody's-
cast dancing lights on her shield if she lets me.
Well, her shield already emits some light. So, is everybody's vision range, does it look correct right now, given that we changed things last time?
Mine's a bit long, actually. Mine's 150, but not as long as I would expect. Interesting.
Super
Yeah,
weird.
so yeah, mine should be... That's weird, because that's 30 over, but we had put it double before, right? So
Yeah.
that is weird.
I think Sardick's is
mine's
right.
pretty far too. I can actually see up to 150 as well.
Well, can you actually see... Let me ask you this. Can you see the grid in that area?
No, the last grid marker I see is actually in the correct place.
Yeah, so if you're seeing the gray area with no grid, your character can't actually see that area. That's just showing you. That's just showing you map of directions that you have looked down before or whatever.
Then it's correct now for me.
All right.
So the only all you can actually see is where you see a grid.
I can only see up to 55. The grid stops right here.
That's weird too. I'm thinking about not using dynamic lighting. What do you guys think? Seems to be...
I'm okay with that.
I don't know. I'll keep using it for now.
It sometimes just feels like it's a little more hassle than it needs to be.
Yeah, it's a mix because the alternative is you kind of like reveal like segmentally with blocks, which can also feel kind of slow and clunky. I don't know which is better.
Alright, well, we'll just keep going. For now. Yeah, because I have Ara's vision range limit to 240 feet. So it's super weird if...
Roscoe's too, right? So Roscoe has 120 right now if it's where the grid stops.
Yeah, Sardick's is fine. I mean, I tested a little bit on that hole of mirrors, like I kind of advanced it, and then I saw, okay, I got one more grid space when I moved one and counted that, and I said, okay, that's 60, that worked.
I was gonna say, let me move. Sometimes if you don't move the token, and for some reason, because I'm not on the right. Yeah, see, that changed it.
Oh, okay.
Because now I
so-
can actually see the grid. Maybe my computer was like, nah, we don't want you to see anything. So you move. Because I moved down and now I can see actually, like, right here is where the grid becomes foggy.
Okay, great. I think it's basically working then.
Yes.
So, once again, you have seen it a couple of times before. You recognize the immediate signs of possession as Midge is taken over by the spirit of Valgara. She says, "I'm back!" in a voice that is strangely unlike Midge's. "What are we doing?"
Charmed, as always. We were just about to head up north.
Katrin's just shaking her head. She says, "Please, Valgara, just be quiet and follow along. I can't deal with your drama right now." Valgara looks hurt and offended with Midge's face. Whatever.
We're going into some diplomatic territory here, so it might be best,
Be quiet.
have a more gentle touch with how we speak. So maybe Ara does the talking here.
Valgara, Slayer of the White Dragon Rhymefang, cannot be silenced! But
Can you
I
just
don't-
be like quieted?
I don't feel like talking right now. I'm just letting you know I'm being quiet because I want to.
Okay.
It is noted. I'll write that down if you want.
In Elvish, according to Sardick. Alright, so
Them half elves, you know how they do.
Katrin just rolls her eyes. She says, "I'm so sorry about her. Hopefully we can get this curse removed soon." And she kind of starts off down the hallway. So as you move north, it's not very far distance that you come to a branch that goes off to the east, which leads down about 20 feet to another closed door. I don't know why I said another closed door, because it's the first closed door you guys have actually found. To a closed door. So which direction do you go? I'm gonna stack up the tokens like I did last time just to move you through.
Did our friend mention which direction she was from up here?
I don't recall.
Just that it was up north. There was the Master or something like that.
Are there any identifying features on the door or any like markings around?
Nope. Looks like a plain wooden door banded in iron. You don't even see a lock on it. I mean, it's closed, but you don't see a lock.
Well, I think for mapping out the dungeon's sake, because I think that was still something we were supposed to be doing, we may as well at least get the measurements of this room.
This is true. I also have a sneaking suspicion that this might lead back towards that first room we were in, because we heard someone in a corridor on the other side when they were spying on us to begin with. But if that is the case, we should probably verify this in, no. Either way, I am all for searching it.
Same.
Nah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, we might as well. You want me to
And
open
we
the
don't
door?
want someone. I can take a quick look around first. If we're concerned, I mean, if we're not concerned, you can just go for it.
Alright, so I've decided you can use investigation to find secret doors and traps, but it requires a period of active searching. Like, while you're just traveling through and sort of passively searching, it's all going to be on perception to notice things like that. But if you're, like, stopping and specifically searching a specific, like, 5-foot area for, like, at least a minute, you can use investigation.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind just waiting a second, let me just give this to one server to be safe. You know, okay. $26.
You don't find anything unusual about the door?
Everything looks like it checks out. I'm gonna sort of turn the handle, whatever it is, however it functions, and kind of pull it open to see what's on the other side.
Alright.
The sign says push.
I always mess this up. You'd think I've learned to read it, but it's in Elvish, right?
The
Thank
Katrin is readied with her dagger and shield at the ready. Midge casts Shillelagh on her staff, just in case. The room appears to be mostly empty. It's a fairly large room. Oh, I need to remove the things you guys can see in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, dynamic.
I mean, I like your
lighting.
description, so you can keep going if you want.
Well, just so you get an idea of the dimensions of the room, you can see that it's a fairly large room, which is mostly empty. However, in the center of the room is a large armor stand. Although it has no armor on it. Instead, it has a faintly glowing sword stuck into it. Like as though it had been stabbed into the wood.
Well, what kind of sword?
Are you guys gonna go into the room to look at?
Sorry, if you had
closer?
descriptions, you can keep going.
No, that's about all you can tell from this distance.
Well, slightly glowing swords sound like a bit of a trap, especially this far in. You'd think someone would have taken it. But, what do you all want to do?
Sardick will walk in and go, now that's just wrong. I mean, what are they doing? That's clearly an armor stand, and they're putting weapons on it. What are these people doing in here?
Katrin walks into and looks around. Sardick, as you walk in, you notice written on the north wall in blood are some words, and you're pretty sure they're Elvish.
And more Elvish. What's this? Stick the swords in the armor stands, and the armor on the sword stands. What is this?
Ara's gonna step in and look at what he's talking about. More Elvish. She's looking for Elvish words.
I'm just gonna move the whole token stack into the room, but it's okay if you don't actually want to be in the room. You don't have to be. So,
Would you like us to take positions in the room, or
no, you
are
don't
we
have
good on
to
the
right now.
side?
I'm just moving you in so that it clears everything on your map for the Fog of War thing. So, okay, so you notice a couple of things as you begin to investigate the room. Although my Roll20 is being real weird right now.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there's a very obvious secret door leading out of the south, the little passage going south out of the room. And you can tell that it's supposed to be a secret door, but on this side, it's very obvious. The big armor stands in the middle of the room. On the north wall are words written in blood. If anybody else wants to try to read them, you can.
Ara's going to.
Alright, Ara, you're pretty sure it's Elvish. Actual Elvish.
Okay, it really is Elvish this time, guys.
Well, of course it's Elvish. What else would it be?
Maybe there isn't anything wrong with them.
Ara would read it out loud.
And it reads in all caps, "Are you worthy?" Now, the sword that you can see a little closer now that you've moved in it looks very fancy, very well made. In fact, it looks to be of elven make.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a type of blade called an elven thin blade.
Well, that just piqued my interest a bit. Only quarter elven, I guess, but, you know, enough of it that I'm interested in whatever this is.
Now, additionally, you see a skeletal hand on the floor amongst a stain of long dried blood. The other thing that's strange in this room is you're starting to notice the echoes of distant voices occasionally sort of echoing in the room, but they sound so distant and muffled that you can't make out anything they're saying or even what language they're speaking, but you can tell that it's people talking.
Now, does it sound like it's coming from the walls or from outside of the room?
Make a perception check if you want to. Anybody can.
Roscoe's getting kind of used to voices. I don't think he's going to take much stock in this right now.
Yeah, normal voices. Alright, Ara. You think that it's coming from the ceiling, actually.
I'm gonna look up. Like, so does it sound almost like maybe like sounds from the Yawning Portal coming through the ceiling?
As you look up, you notice these very thin vents in the ceiling, about 10 inches long and 5 inches wide. And there are a few of them on the ceiling of this room, and you think that's where these voices are sort of echoing down through from something up above. Sounds like the sound is really distorted, but definitely sounds like it's some kind of people talking and it's far above you.
Okay, I'm gonna point up towards the ceiling to the vent for everybody that has heard the voices.
Do they seem...
And I kind of look at Roscoe and go, no, they're not in your head.
I don't know why you would think that. But do they seem to be positioned in any way, like around the armor stand or around the edges or anything noticeable?
No. They're in the corners of the room.
Okay.
Roughly.
And you think the sound is coming from there? And Sardick will just start walking up the walls and over to the ceiling and kind of get closer to it and see if that's the truth.
Okay. Katrin says, I can't make out what they're saying. As you get closer, as you get like right up next to the vent, you're certain that the sound is definitely coming through the vent. But you still can't make out what they're saying. It doesn't sound like the sounds of battle or screaming or anything. It just sounds like conversation.
Are the vents able to be pried?
What are you going to pry it with?
I have a crowbar if you'd like to use that.
That might work, if we want to do that.
Well, actually, I think
Otherwise,
Catherine has mine.
Yeah, my tools might be a bit more crude. I mean, I got this pickaxe, but, yeah, I think a crowbar might be best with that, if you do that.
Sure. I think I passed that over to Catherine for weight's sake. I'm not feeling quite as strong, but Catherine, do you mind handing that back?
Oh, yeah, here you go. She's examining the sword with curiosity.
No, just toss it up, lass.
Alright, she tosses it up to you.
Okay, yeah, he'd go ahead and grab it, and, yeah, he'd try to, see if he could pry some vents open. Or pry a vent.
It's not terribly difficult to do. It takes you a little while, but you manage to get the vent off. And now there's just a hole leading up into a shaft. A 10-inch long, 5-inch wide shaft.
Not too bad.
Sardick will put his ear to it and see if he can kind of discern anything.
The voices still sound too muffled and distorted to make anything out.
It just sounds like a lot of Elvish to me.
Can you see anything far up in there?
Not really, but then he'll kind of really try to peer through and see if he can determine anything.
The shaft only goes up about 10 feet before it turns. And then you can't see past that point.
No, there's some kind of bend in it. We can't see anything directly.
Fair enough. Roscoe is going to sort of look over. There's going to be this like that kind of like crosses his face, and there's going to be like a slight greenish glow to his eyes. And I'm going to activate Eldritch Sight so that I can cast Detect Magic and just kind of like see what auras start coming up.
Okay, certainly. There is no magic coming from the vents, or the walls, or the armor stand, or the skeletal hand, but the sword itself definitely radiates magic.
I'm gonna look at it for a second and try and determine what school of magic it radiates. Sorry for being that player.
Evocation.
So Roscoe, having never actually used this before, is gonna be like, "Huh, it's a very fascinating sword. It's quite magic, actually. It looks like."
It looks very old and definitely elven.
Ara wants to look at it. Is there any type of like writing on it or markings that are visible?
There's decorative engraving, but no actual writing.
Are any of them runes that might be associated with the enchantment on it?
No, there's no like symbology. Just fancy swirls and stuff.
Okay. And then written in blood, it just asks, "Are you worthy?"
Mm-hmm.
The hand, does it look like it like severed, torn, bitten? Well, the skeleton.
It's kind of hard to tell since
Like
it's only bones and there's no flesh attached to it.
But what I'm saying, and the bone itself, like, does it look like it was like ripped or broken, or like, does it look like a blade cut it? Like,
Make
is
a
there any way
medicine
to
check.
discern that?
Or investigation. You can't tell. I mean, it's not jagged. It doesn't look like it was
Okay.
snapped off. But it's not a real clean, you know, precise, like laser precise cut either.
Yeah.
The dried blood, is it just around where the hand is, or does it trail off in a direction, or spread out, or like, is it like an explosion of blood? Or...
It's just sort of underneath the hand itself.
Is
There's
there
not a lot of it.
Can I look around that area to see if there's a trap either right kind of below it, around the stand, or in the ceiling above it, if there's a vent above it?
Yeah, it'll take you a few minutes to kind of search all that area thoroughly, but yes, you can.
Sure, that can be what Roscoe's doing. 24.
You don't detect any sort of trap whatsoever.
It's interesting. I mean, the sword is sort of radiating with evocation, and certainly maybe could have been the thing that delivered this wound to the hand. But I don't see any traps that could have done it. I don't see any other factors to it. So I'm really not...
Catherine says, "It looks really nice, the sword. I don't know who's worthy."
Well, we've seen things written in blood before. They generally weren't very nice to us, but we've passed them, yeah?
I think you saw some writing on the wall of the pillar room. Was that in blood? No, that
I'm
was
looking. I
carved
know
into the wall.
we've seen. I thought there was writing in blood in that very first room.
There was the pentagram that formed with the acidic blood.
Well, yeah, there was definitely that.
And then the writing on the wall was in the dust that was created from the shaking wall.
Yeah, for some reason I thought there was some writing in blood that happened like in the very first room, but I remember
There actually was writing in blood on the wall in the first room. It was hidden behind that shield that you moved. And it was in Elvish as well.
Oh.
And
That's right.
it said, "Beyond the pillar forest, the Mad Mage waits, casting spells behind magic gates."
He didn't let us even get through the pillar forest.
Well, I wonder if there's going to be more messages written in blood and Elvish around here. I mean,
I'm just curious as to what happens if you try and you're not. Like, that's my only worry.
I'm a little bit worried that that hand is a bit of a predictor for that. Are we not?
Midge Valgara says, "I'm worthy, but I don't want that tiny little blade, little elf toy."
Ara glares at her.
I mean, my great grandfather, I think, used to wield such a weapon. But
You want to make a
I
history
would
check?
Sure. 14.
You're not sure on any specifics, but you do think it's very old.
I kind of want it, but I feel like just taking it isn't the answer because, you know, then someone else would have done it. Plenty of people have been down here before.
And I'm assuming that blade wouldn't be of dwarven make at all. It's got to be of elvish make.
Yeah, it's clearly elven.
Okay.
Can I try and identify closer what sort of words the voices are making, or is that like even listening in very closely, we can't tell the words that they're...
Yeah, even listening he had his ear like right up to the open shaft and couldn't make the voices out. They're coming from too far away and they're bouncing through too many turns of the shaft probably to hear them.
Well, actually, as they're doing that, since Sardick with his brilliant foreintelligence is up there right next to it and is listening to this, he'll kind of clear his throat and invoke the voice of Hathor and put his hands up to it and go, "Peace be with you! Over!" And listen for any response.
Alright, the voices stop. At least the ones coming out of that particular vent.
Peace be with you! Over!
After about a minute, the voices start back up again. Nothing.
Roscoe's going to go
changed, really.
to a different corner and kind of yell up in Elvish this time. Pardon me. How do we prove that we're?
There's no apparent response. I suppose this is probably something Midge might do. So we'll have her suggest it. I don't know if Valgara would suggest this, though. If Midge wants to come back and try this later, you can tell her about it and she can think of it herself. Valgara's not going to suggest anything right now.
Yeah, I think this might be a little bit risky to just try to take with no more information. But we'll certainly.
You're not going to take it, really? Says Katrin. It looks great, though.
The chances of this thing. I mean, I do want it. Don't get me wrong. This rapier that I'm using doesn't seem nearly as powerful as that.
I'll try it. But only if you don't want to.
If anyone's going to try it, I mean, if I was going to be the one to use it, unless you want it. I guess Sardick. What do you think if I try this and get hurt? I might need a bit of a rest before we keep going. What kind of timescale are you on?
I'm not on any.
Timescale? Well, I'm not particularly in a rush. I mean, granted, I'd like to see where that pillar sign leads, but yeah, if you want to go for it, lad, go for it. I have little use for an elven weapon myself.
I mean, I'm looking around and I'm seeing auras in a way that I kind of haven't before. Each of you are giving off ones in your own way. And this sword is, but nothing else around here is. So I think it's just the sword or whatever those voices are. But either way, maybe we should keep one of the doors open just to make sure that we don't get stuck in here.
Are you opening that secret door, Ara?
I wanted to like poke out and see where it goes to. I'm pretty sure I have from just my depth perception, an understanding of where it may go, but I just want to check.
When you get up next to it,
something.
You can see that there are 2 holes in the wall right there that you can look through.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the hall with all the demon carvings on the walls.
Oh.
Oh, that's how the person got behind us so easily.
That's how the vampire. That's what my thought process was that because the vampire never came in front of us and there was nowhere for us to really, for them to come from. So I knew that there had to be another way for the vampire to show up. So now
what if we open this and prop it open with a crowbar or the tent post that I have in my tent, just so that it can't slam close on us or anything like that. so that we do have a way out should we decide to.
Ara's fine with that. She would
I'm
step
just
aside
worried
to
this
let
becomes
somebody
like
else.
a death trap or something. But yeah,
Katrin
if we can try
says-
to.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I don't really have anything too substantial.
We could try to... That's it.
So the idea is to basically, I assume the door, I might do it with the more northern door actually, like this one, because I assume this is a more standard like wooden door that swings in and out. And basically like whichever way it swings, try to wedge the crowbar into the door frame. And so like the door is closing on the crowbar and the crowbar stops it from fully closing so that we can get out if the door were to try to close somehow.
How much of a clearance is between the floor and the door?
None. It actually, these doors, when the secret door and the door that you came into the room form an airtight seal when they're closed.
I have a feeling I'd like to ensure that this door cannot close. So using the crowbar to try to prop it open basically so that it can't close all the way. Can I just ensure that what I did just prevented the door from closing somehow?
So you're basically just trying to rig the door to not be able to close using a crowbar.
Yes. Even if it's just kind of like putting it like a doorstop between where the door would hit the basically a barrier that's small, but something that's between it. But ideally, it would be something that like stopped it kind of open a bit.
Yeah, you can do that.
Anyone have any other precautions to make before we try this, or before I try this?
Katrin says, Sardick, didn't you say you had some iron spikes?
Oh, yeah, I got some iron spikes from back in that other room. And he goes ahead and produces them. Yeah, one of them just rolled right off when I was trying to count up my stuff this morning. But, yeah, I got them both here.
Maybe you could wedge those in that other door and hold it open? I don't know.
Well, that's not exactly a well done job there, but I suppose he can do it. And I mean, he'll get out his mason tools and, kind of inspect the door and appraise it and, look at it and go, oh, if I, kind of wedge it here, and he gets out his mason's hammer and, starts wailing on it a bit and gets it in nice and firm on both sides.
Alright, you don't need any rolls for that. You guys are pretty confident you've got both of these doors to where they won't be able to close.
And I feel like this is still such a bad idea, but...
Does this door swing
it's
in
right-
or pull out?
It swings into the room.
So Ara's gonna go and sit up against it in the doorway.
Okay.
Like, she's tiny, but maybe her weight will keep the door from closing.
If nothing else, if it
If it
closes,
does.
it will push you out of the room into safety.
Is it really safety?
Into questionable safety.
Katrin says, is there anything you want me to do to help?
I'm trying to think of where the threats could come from. It could be from the sword itself. It could be from
You could
some...
become the threat with the sword.
This is true. In which case, I think you all have the number advantage on me, and I would hope that you could disarm me from it.
She says, here, I'll hold my shield up between you and it when you grab it so that in case there's an explosion or something.
That would be much appreciated. I did look quite thoroughly, and I didn't see much that could produce it, but why don't we give it a shot and see what happens when we try it? And everyone just be ready to make for an exit if things go not so well, or to take the sword from my grasp if need.
All right. So Katrin takes a position to try to shield you from something while still giving you enough room to actually put your hand on the hilt of the sword.
And just evocation magic. All right. Yeah, if everyone's good, Roscoe is going to sort of like nervously reach out to try to grab the sword and like just wrap his hand around the hilt or the handle first to see what happens.
All right. So as soon as you touch the sword, it feels very good in your grasp, and then all of a sudden you feel that your hand is pulled hard against the grip, such that you can't let go. And agonizing pain shoots through your arm as you feel yourself beginning to burn. There's smoke rising from your hand. So the first thing that happens right out the gate is you take 5 fire damage.
All right, done.
And now you are continuing to burn, so each round you can make a saving throw against it. So we're basically in rounds, but nobody needs to roll initiative. You can all just kind of act in whatever order you wish, those who wish to do something. But what you need to do is at least make a saving throw plus whatever else you might try doing.
All right. What kind of saving throw is it?
Constitution.
Oh boy. Shall I go first then, or would someone like to?
Well, you guys see that there's
that's-
like flames burning at his hand and smoke rising, and he's in agonizing pain. So does anybody do anything special?
I'd ask him, do you want us to help? Like, are you trying to endure this? Like,
I can't let go. What? Actually, yeah, Roscoe will go first, and we'll just kind of see what happens. And I'm kind of shouting out, "8 heads," as this is happening, but probably with more pain. So I'll make the con save. And I do have inspiration. I feel like it's probably worth using that.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
So I'll go ahead and use that, taking that inspiration point off for the 20.
Alright, so you made this save. You don't take any damage this round, but you're still in a lot of pain and you still can't let go.
Okay, does it feel like I could pull the sword out, or is there resistance to that as well?
Do you want to try to pull the sword out?
Yeah.
Alright, make a strength check.
I was worried you were going to say that. Probably no dice there.
Alright, Katrin tries to physically push you away from the rack. I'm sorry, you could add your athletics to that if you have proficiency with athletics.
I do not. So yeah.
Oof.
Oh boy.
Aye.
Katrin is going to use her inspiration as well. Remember that she'll only ever get inspiration if one of you give it to her. But once everybody has inspiration and you earn more, it'll kind of automatically go to her because nobody else will be able to get it. So she's going to use her inspiration, and she does manage to push you back away from the rack. And the sword comes free from the rack, but it's still stuck in your grip. She's like, you can't drop it?
I didn't... actually, clarification, I can't, right? I cannot.
You cannot.
I can't. It's stuck in my hand. This is such a stupid idea. We knew this was bad. I don't think I have a bonus action that would be applicable here. So I think that's it.
Anybody else doing anything?
I
Sorta.
was like not really sure if she should leave the doorway or she should come help. So she's like, "What do you want us to do?"
If we start moving towards the water, maybe I can put it underwater and that would help. Actually, yeah, so if Roscoe still has movement, can I start moving back towards... we can do things on the way, I guess.
Yeah, if you
But
want
I
to
guess
start
we
moving
can start-
back towards the room with the water, you can.
Yeah, so I guess Roscoe will start moving in that direction. It's like, while we think of other things, this is my plan.
Well, speak to us, lad. You want me to break the damn thing?
My mind's racing right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm moving to the water. It sounds like it would be more comfortable in, but it's burning. Ouch.
Give the word and I'll do something drastic.
Katrin
my-
tries to, like, she follows along
Am I
with
not
you.
being heard?
Well, what did you say? Yeah, you weren't being heard.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, everybody keeps talking over me.
Oh no, we didn't hear you. Sorry.
I was gonna ask, can I use my prestidigitation to like kind of like make his hand cold to like counteract the burn?
I don't think so. Not to a degree that would really help. I mean, it might help it be less painful for him, but it wouldn't really help with the damage or the saving throw.
Actually, seeing that and talking about cold and water, Sardick does have a couple water skins. He would take one of those out and start spraying the hand if that's something they were trying to go for.
Okay. Also, Midge, for her action, is going to cast Guidance on you to help you with your next saving throw.
Sounds good.
Katrin's just looking helpless, but if you're still moving towards the south to that other room, she's just coming with you.
All right. So Roscoe could make it 30 feet, but technically 60 feet if I bonus action dashed. I think right now I'll do the 30 feet so I stay kind of within vision of anyone, so if they wanted to do anything they could, and then after that he's probably going to book it if no one else has an idea.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and move your tokens as you see fit at this point.
So I guess Roscoe probably would have started around here.
Yeah.
Alright, so he can make it with 30 feet out into the hallway here, which I can't actually move myself out. Josiah.
What?
We can't actually move out right now.
The dynamic lighting, anything that's in blue causes a
Oh,
barrier.
hold on. Let me get. I forgot. I didn't do that. Let me get rid of it.
So Roscoe can get out to right here. Oh, it's our goblin friends again.
No, they're not right there, actually. I just didn't
Yeah.
move their tokens from the last time. Alright, so you're moving. Ara, Sardick, you're not casting any spells or anything. I mean, you can try the
No.
prestidigitation thing.
Did the water help from Sardick?
It did not. This fire that's burning your hand is completely magical in nature and doesn't seem to be affected by the water at all.
Yeah, I was reading my spell. It's like a harmless sensory effect. So I mean, I could try to like cool his hand off, but like you said, it's not going to take away the damage.
I mean, it does make it less painful for him.
I can try to do that then, at least to ease the pain till we get to the water.
Still appreciated.
Alright, well, let's do another con save for you then. And remember, you can use guidance on this if you want.
I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, guidance ain't gonna help you there. Alright, so you take 5 more fire damage.
At this point, Roscoe's looking like a little bit rough. Like fire and like smoldering and burns are kind of like enveloping his.
Let me check something real quick. Can you help somebody make a saving throw? With the help action?
I don't know.
I don't think so, but
Ability check it makes or attack roll.
Okay, so no helping with... Although, maybe with medicine you can. I'm probably just thinking of like 4th edition, but...
Would it cost me any kind of action to make an Arcana check to see if this reminds me of anything that I would know about that I could do something about?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check if you want.
There's the good roll.
It's really good. Basically, all you can think of is that this is a curse. But you feel like it's limited in its scope in terms of this fire that's burning you. You don't feel like it just lasts forever, but that you can resist it. It's just a matter of whether or not it will kill you before you successfully resist it.
I see. Just for the hell of it, in case this is some kind of sentient weapon, which probably I've read about at some point, I'm going to use the Awakened Mind feat. And if the sword can understand a language, it will hear me saying like, ouch, stop it. Just stop. Why did you do this to me?
Alright, you don't seem to contact any minds with the sword.
Cool. Does anyone want to do anything before I take off? Because I'm about to...
Sprint away.
Sure.
just give the word, lad. Tell us what you want to do.
Could you maybe toss some healing my way before I go?
You want me to heal or you want me to smash the damn thing?
Heal preferred. I think I could ride this out.
You sure?
Not sure of anything, but I just know it hurts.
Oh, you know, how many things are you attuned to right now? Just one?
Just one.
As soon as you pick it up, you're instantly attuned to this sword. Which means you actually know all of its properties. In addition to the curse which is burning you, which you can eventually fight off if you just endure it long enough, or the curse also prevents you from dropping the sword. Although you know you can move it from one hand to the other, it always has to be in one of your hands.
Oh.
It's a +1 magic weapon. It's an elven thin blade which uses the same stats as a scimitar. It sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius, and although you can disable the light. And its special property is that it ignores any temporary AC bonus or temporary hit points granted by a wizard, sorcerer, or warlock spell. So, for example, if you attacked a mage that had mage armor on, you'd ignore the mage armor. If they use shield, you'd ignore the shield. If they had, 10 temporary hit points from a spell, you'd ignore those temporary hit points.
That's pretty cool. Do I have any sense how long this curse will last? The damaging part of the curse, not the
You're not sure. It just depends on you, on how much of your bodily toughness you can muster up.
So is the prestidigitation like helping ease some of the pain, despite the fact that he's still taking damage?
Yeah.
I'm still gonna try and plunge it in the water just to
Oh.
reduce the temperature on my hand, if not from the sword.
Yeah, but it might make you endure it longer.
What do you mean?
I hold up a healing potion and I'm like, I have this for you when it's done.
Yeah, Sardick will sort of lay his hand on Roscoe, kind of grasping him as he darts by, and go, "Life be with you, lad." And that'll be 9.
Thanks, Sardick. And Aura too. I'll be going now. You know where to find me. And he's going to bolt 90 feet.
Okay, remember I
this
told you
passageway.
before, this secret door is closed right now. So you're going to have to open it again.
So I have opened it before, correct?
Yeah, you know how to open it. You don't have to make any rolls.
It would just take one of my dash actions, basically. So I can move 60 feet and open it, or does it actually count as the interacting with an object as I move?
Yeah, you can do it without it actually requiring an action.
10, 15. So I can actually get to the water and basically plunge my hand into it with the blade.
Okay.
And that is all of my actions. So Roscoe is just kind of gonna sit there on the edge with his hand, as low as he needs to go to get his hand and the scimitar or the light blade fully submerged.
Alright, you don't think it's helping much, but it's helping a little bit. So make another con save.
17.
Hey, you made it that time, so you don't take any damage this round.
Hey.
What's everybody else doing? Captain's gonna run in there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would follow.
Part way.
Sardick would follow as well.
Yeah. You don't really need to move your tokens right now. It's not a token placement issue at the moment, so... Okay, do you do anything else special?
Was that to everyone else?
To anybody?
How you holding up, lad?
It didn't hurt as much this time. I don't know if it's the water or what.
Midge is still concentrating on that guidance.
Like I said, you want me to destroy that thing, you let me know.
I'll let you know. I've got a bit more in me to try and withstand.
Sardick, by the way, also regained 3 health due to his benevolent act of healing Roscoe.
That's cool. Catherine's just trying to be encouraging. You can do it! I'm sure it'll be over soon.
Roscoe kind of grimaces and kind of prepares for another wave of burning pain. It's yeah, I'm sure too.
Alright, go ahead and make another con save.
Hey.
Hey, there you go. Alright. You feel yourself resisting it and not feeling the pain anymore, and once it stops being painful, the fire sort of disappears, and you know the burning is over. But the sword
Good thing we
remains...
put it in water. The water must have done that.
Definitely the water.
Whew. Well, now we know what to do next time we get a cursed object that is lighting us on fire. Thank you all for helping me. That was really stupid of me. I do apologize. It was just very tempting.
But now
wait,
now you have it.
hurt.
It looks nice.
What's it do?
Well, I only got sort of a brief. I guess I technically, well, I'd probably have to roll concentration on detect magic, but I could just do it again if I needed to. Has the magic aura around it, like the evocation portion, changed, or is it still evocation?
Yeah, it's still evocation.
Okay.
You know that it's called Edge of the Mage Killer.
Ooh.
I feel like I need to take the Mage Slayer feat now.
And let me just give you the properties again if you didn't write them down before.
Yes, I did not. Sorry, I was thinking of what to do
Alright.
about things.
So it's an elven thin blade, but mechanically it functions as a scimitar. It's a +1 weapon, so it's +1 to hit and damage, and counts as magical. It sheds dim red light in a 10-foot radius, although you can choose to activate or deactivate that light as an action. And all the time, anytime you attack somebody who has an AC bonus or temporary hit points that are granted by a wizard, sorcerer, or warlock spell, you ignore that AC bonus or temporary hit points. So it's real nice against mages.
So let me make sure I have this. It is, and also, am I proficient in this? Because I'm not technically proficient with scimitars.
Yeah, because you have elven blood, you
Okay.
you count as proficient with it.
So +1 to hit, dim red light in 10 foot, activatable or deactivatable with an action, and then the hitting someone with a warlock, sorcerer, wizard, AC or hit points on it.
Yeah.
Cool.
+1 to
Awesome.
hit and damage. So a scimitar does a d6. It's a finesse weapon and it's a light weapon.
Okay, so it solves that bonus action attack problem that I was facing with rapier earlier, right?
Yeah. I mean, it only does a d6 instead of a d8, but it's still a +1, so, you know.
That averages out, so yeah.
The only downside is it always has to be in one of your hands. You can't put it away, you can't set it on the ground, you can't put it on your scabbard or a belt or anything.
That sounds like a sleeping hazard if we're being honest.
Yeah.
And sorry, its name was the Mage Killer?
Edge of the Mage Killer. I mean, you suspect that you could remove the curse somehow, but it would probably unattune you to the weapon.
Maybe I like the kiss.
Well, yeah, like
What?
every time you pick it back up, you'd have to like get hit again with all of that.
I guess I don't really need one of my hands for now. So yeah.
Oh, it's stuck to your hands? Katrin says, that's just like my shield. It's stuck to my arm. I can never take it off.
Good thing you didn't take this, or you wouldn't have any hands. But yeah, that might be a problem in like times of negotiation and peace treaties and whatnot. But what can you do?
We just don't bring you into the lion's den.
Well, at least I'll be ready when it happens, right?
Shall we proceed again?
Yeah, sorry for that distraction. Does anyone need a rapier, by the way?
No, thank you.
Katrin? I think.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Alright. Well,
I mean,
think.
what are you gonna do with it? You're never gonna use it?
I mean, this is kind of stuck to my hand. I don't really need two of them. And this one is silvered. It's kind of good against some types of creatures, like lycanthropes, should we run into one.
Alright, I'll carry it for now, but it's still yours.
Okay, but you can also use it for now, and it can still be mine if that's how you want it to be.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Anyway, thank you for indulging me, everyone. I will try to cause less problems.
So, there was nothing else in that room, as far as you guys know. Are you gonna leave these doors propped open?
No, Sardick's definitely taking those iron spikes back. You know, those were really important and instrumental in this entire operation.
Oh, yeah.
Roscoe will take his crowbar back, too.
I mean, the doors don't automatically swing closed, so you can leave the doors open without, you know, or you can close
I was just
the
worried
doors
that they
again. It's your
would,
choice.
and that I was worried that they would, and that the vents would have gas or something. So that was the initial thought process.
It was good thinking.
Turned out.
Yeah,
okay.
Ara would close this, just the secret door, just because.
Actually, we can close the other secret door too. We might as well.
She was more just thinking like that's more work for someone, less work for someone else if we just leave everything open.
Well, we don't want that group of nitwits finding secret rooms because of us, right? They gotta do it the hard way if they want to.
Exactly. Like, they need to go through these pillars and kill whatever comes their way. Twice.
Exactly. So yeah, I guess we'll cover up the secret doors and whatnot. Apparently my lantern's still out here. Roscoe will pick it up, realize that he kind of functionally has one hand useless for a while. It's like, does anyone need this lantern, or can I put it away?
Put it away.
All right.
You can put it away for now. If you know, I'm the only one that really needs light badly, but for now, the light from my shield is enough, I guess.
Yeah, you know, since the other day I found that not having any difficulty seeing. Everything's just very clear right now. I'll let you know if anything's.
Yeah, you can tell the difference because when you had dark vision before, everything's in black and white in the dark. Now everything's in full color for you as though it was brightly lit, so it's a pretty big difference.
I'm trying to decide how much Roscoe, like, because, like, you know, with, like, delusions and whatnot, you don't, like, recognize that it's a problem or a difference. It just kind of is. And I'm kind of, like, treating a lot of his kind of warlock powers as things that are, like, him going crazy and, like, a bit out of his control. So,
so basically
yeah,
weird stuff happening and you don't even know why.
Exactly. It's not that I, like, asked for this invocation. It's just kind of like, this is what happened. It's like, that's really weird. I'm going to pretend nothing's wrong for now and keep moving.
I would say that you feel the insight that, because you've been studying the King in Yellow, that one of the veils on your sight that most people have has been lifted, has been torn away, which is why your vision is so much better and you can see things now that you couldn't before.
Kind of too, because I have Eldritch Sight too, so just walk around seeing magical auras on things as if it's like all casual like.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it.
Anyway,
so there's nothing else in this room. So what do you guys do now?
Head back towards the hole.
Are you sure you're okay, Roscoe? Katrin asks.
My hand hurts a lot, and I kind of like look down and see like the sort of red, inflamed, like in like dead skin and whatnot, kind of focused around the hilt of the blade, and kind of like put it like away a little bit and say, it hurts. I'm not gonna lie, but it should be over now. I kind of can sense what this sword is and does now that I've endured that. But thank you. Maybe we shouldn't just pick things up like that. I knew that was a bad idea. I was just so tempted.
But you got a cool treasure now.
You're not wrong, and I will use it. It does seem quite helpful.
And it makes a good story.
That's true. I can tell this at bars to, impress all the ladies, as
You
Roscoe
can tell
does.
Volo about it, and he'll be impressed.
Oh, he might not be impressed that I picked up a cursed item so early into my time here, but I won't tell
Tara
him it
just
was
rolls
cursed.
her eyes.
Well, I'll tell him what I do with it. We'll make stories and legends to come from our little group here in this.
So I guess we're just going to keep going north, right?
Yeah, and they probably know this sword themselves, so they'll probably laugh at me as the one who actually took it. But I think I have a theory about why that other hand was severed on the floor. I think somebody else cut their own hand off to not be burned.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Either way, glad I have my hand, glad I have a new sword, and it looks like you have a new sword yourself there, Kat.
It's so long, though. I'm used to fighting with something short that could get in close.
I mean, you don't have to use it if you don't want to. I've just found it has good success. I can teach you how to use it more in our downtime if you'd like.
Man, Roll20's being super weird for me. I think I'm gonna,
I think it's the
restart my
dynamic
Roll20.
lighting. I think it's the dynamic lighting because every time I move, it freezes and then it finally pops up.
But like last time, they fixed it, and it worked really good. So I don't know what the hell. Alright, as you proceed north, you come to a T-junction, and the passage goes off to the east and the west. And you don't see anything of note either direction. So what do you do?
So they both kind of look like twin tunnels almost.
Yeah, it's just a long featureless stone corridor. You don't see anything special.
Well, Ara would suggest going towards the east. As like at least like I mean we can backtrack from there. Just because we'd still kind of be not delving too deep into the actual Undermountain from what it feels like. Or at least even go to the end of it each section just to see if we can see anything that leads to somewhere.
I actually can see pretty far down there.
I mean,
Are you saying
I
you go
can-
around the corners?
Yeah, because you can't see around corners, right?
Give me a couple days and maybe. They didn't give us any more instructions, did they? It was just go north a bit.
They set up north. Yep.
Well, there is still one unaccounted for tunnel, which was for spying on that room where the well comes in. If we go right, we could at least know where that connects to.
It's probably quite possible that we were being spied on by the vampire.
Oh, that seems likely. Yeah. Which might mean that that's the correct direction to go. Yeah. Not necessarily, but it's
Essentially.
That could
it's
be.
50-50. Oh, I'll vote we check that out if it's all things equal.
Alright, so we're going this way.
Alright, so you start heading east down this long tunnel. And you come to a small junction where there is a short passage leading north with what looks like another door. And to the south, it turns and continues heading east.
So what do you guys want to do? Door or tunnel?
Right
Roscoe has his notes out as he's like writing all this, which is Will saying, "I'm still writing up what just happened."
Oh, and you're still making the map, right?
Yes.
Although it's more difficult now that you've got that sword stuck to one of your hands.
I like skewer a crayon with the top of it and start. I'll put it in my left hand and make the map with my right hand then, because I can switch hands, correct?
Yes.
Then I should be okay, one-handed-ish. I'm gonna say like the rapier or the sword keeps like bumping into things by accident because I'm not used to it being there when I'm doing normal activity.
So, are we gonna go to the door, or are we gonna keep going east? Katrin says.
I'd like to at least, because we don't see any like eye holes for spying or any secret doors or anything, correct? In this area, because I mean I can see the map, but Roscoe wouldn't quite know the distance. I would like to at least, for the sake of completion, figure out where that was so that we can connect it together on my map here. Unless anyone feels... Yeah, just a little bit more. We can come back to this, but I would like to complete that portion of the map, this loop here.
Why is it being so weird
I
today?
really think it's the dynamic lighting, because I was having this issue with my other group every time we moved.
I'm exiting and rejoining real fast just to see if that helps. I don't know if it will help, but...
Is anybody else having... You're talking like when you move, you put them down and it like freezes for a second while it catches up to itself?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I'm having that same issue when I move my token.
Mine is too, and I wasn't getting it last week, so I'm not sure what's different.
Yeah, last week it was really smooth. So I don't know if they had another patch.
Not for me, it was doing it last week too.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
really?
notice anything bad with mine.
Ooh, I can see more than I'm supposed to right now. Oh, wait, this is weird. Wait, when I scroll, the light patch stays the same, but it reveals different areas. So...
That's weird.
Yeah.
That's probably not what we want.
Maybe because I'm reloading the map right now or something?
No,
Maybe.
Maybe.
Like all the light patch all disappeared. Now I can see everything.
You see a dead corpse in the middle of the wall.
I'm gonna reload as well.
I kind of saw that before, but I kind of left that alone. Yeah, I'm gonna reload as well.
Roll20 is strange sometimes.
Like it's better than the alternatives, but at the same time, it's like sometimes really like.
Well, if we weren't trying to use dynamic lighting and advanced fog of war, it would be, no big deal. But then I'd have to be individually clearing little bits of stuff off the fog of war every, And
so
you wouldn't
refreshing.
Be able to see things like.
Refreshing is now showing me everything. I can refresh again and hope that.
Showing you everything?
It's showing me everything as if I had at one point explored it. So it's not like my vision still lights up a certain patch, but everything else is like as if I had been there.
Oh, advanced fog of war.
Yeah, I'm reloading again in hopes that it will be fixed. All right, reloading
What
again.
about you, Nox? What do you see?
I just see the open space, sort of like what they were describing, just like a bit like you can see into the next room there, but not the entire thing. But I'm looking at Roll20's forums, and one of the known issues with Advanced Fog of War is entire map is being revealed to players when GM loads into game.
Oh.
Ah,
Well, I
So it
could
was your
reset
fault.
the Fog of War again.
that might be worth doing because I just realized that what I thought was the entire map was actually Roscoe's 120-foot dark vision being revealed.
Oh no!
yeah,
When I
that
scrolled up,
makes sense.
I could see the entire map except for like certain chunks of blacked out spots. But like it was like the blacked out spots stayed in the original form that they were in, where like it was a triangle here and an aisle here and a block in the corner. Everything else was actually fully revealed.
So the good news is we'll probably move through all of the places we've moved before, so not having it in the sort of memory fog of war isn't really a problem.
So you guys, what can you guys all see now?
Just the hallway.
Yep.
Yeah, just a hallway, the door, east and west.
We're seeing what our character can currently see right now.
Yeah,
It's basically.
like that's Sardick's limit, that's Sardick's limit, that's the limit, like that.
Yeah, you moved us and I froze again. Every time we move, it's gonna keep
Me
happening.
too.
I think that's another issue too.
Oh, Roll20.
The viewers are all gonna be like, I love listening to you guys discuss Roll20.
Yeah. It's a little bit tricky at this point. Alright, I'm not gonna... This is because this is all being stupid.
So if you take off dynamic, that will just mean that you have to reveal sections to us when you reveal them, correct?
Yeah.
I think that might be the play. I'm going to move Roscoe quickly through this just so that I have the memory of the lighting.
Probably is just the Advanced Fog of War that's the problem. If I turn that off, all that'll happen is you won't be able to see the areas that you've already been through.
I'm good with that. Like,
The only problem
Is it Advanced Fog of War or dynamic lighting, though? I don't... Well...
like, with Advanced Fog of War on, it still has... It's still off. It still has, dynamic lighting. But what it does is...
Oh yeah, that's way smoother, actually.
it makes it so that you can't see the places you've already been.
yeah,
That's
like,
fair.
and I mean, on a technicality, if you're in a dungeon, you're not gonna still be able to visibly see the places you've already been. Like once
Yeah,
your
but
light
you
source
guys are
is
making a
gone.
map, and I don't have any kind of map to give you. So essentially, that's why I was using that, so that that could functionally be your map.
Well, if
could
you...
I suggest something? If you screenshot, and then like if you want, I could edit it, or you. I mean, obviously, I would assume you're an editor. Artistically, edit like the chunks, and then just hand them off to us. As,
Or
like, okay,
at
been
the end of
here.
the session, you can just turn it on and off again, and one of us can just screenshot what we've... But if not, like, for now, what we
Yeah.
can do is we can just be like, hey, like, we want to go back to that room where, like, the burning sword thing was, and you could just kind of put us there for now.
Yeah. Yeah, I could turn it back on just long enough for you guys to look at it, and then turn it back off, too. That's another option.
Let's
I
go with
think-
that for now, because it's moving much smoother now.
Alright, so you guys come this far, and you see there's another branch as the passage goes off to the north. You do see another door, and then you see another short passage going to the south.
Our reception seems to be gone, disappeared. Not looking for us, at least right now.
Wait, what?
The lady, the vampire lady, seems to
Oh, right.
not be around. Does this door have the peepholes that could be where the shield was?
Yeah, are you going to go examine that room to the south? Because since you're making a map, you know that this wall backs right up against the well room that you came down.
I just wanted to confirm that this was it, and it is from this side it looks like a door, or it's just a wall.
Well, you have to search it to see if there's a door. You can see the little holes, though. Or the one
I would
little
like
hole.
to.
It doesn't have eye holes. It's the hole's small enough. It's more like just an ear hole. You can hear sound through it, but when you try to look through it, you don't really notice anything on the other side.
I see. I will try and see if this is a door, because it could be useful to know how to connect back to the well, if needed.
Alright, make an investigation or perception check.
17.
You don't find anything, but Midge walks up to it and kind of looks at it. And with her passive perception of 22, she notices that, yeah, there's some kind of door here, I can tell. Nothing gets past Valgora.
Can you tell how to open it?
Except
Maybe,
for that.
I don't know. Take another look at it.
Oh, wait. You might want to back up a moment here, because, I mean, if the barn door is open, then let it be ajar! And he's going to call upon Hathor to call upon the door to just slam open.
Wow. I didn't know that Thaumaturgy did that. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not locked, so it works.
With it open, can Roscoe kind of like examine the trigger mechanism at all and see if I can figure out how to open it in the future without thaumaturgy?
Yeah. There's just a little kind of hidden catch in a loose spot between two stones of the wall. It's kind of hard to find, but you can find
Well,
it.
good jobs. P.S. Hathor's more perceptive than I.
And you can see that it leads right back into the room where you came in.
I feel like we're never gonna get very far.
You've made it. You've come in a full circle. You're right back at the beginning.
And it only took 7 sessions!
Yay!
Also, let's close this again because we don't want those plots coming down and finding our secret passages again and whatnot.
Of course, the hole, the actual hole, is still covered by the shield that you put in front of it.
That's fine. I am okay with keeping that on there.
Yeah, you can close the door again, and now you know how to open it easily if you come back this way.
Ara mumbles, those twats are never gonna come down here, by the way.
Yeah, well, if they do, they might as well have it harder than we had it, so
If they do, it's
You're
probably
right.
because someone pushed them.
they'll have it much harder. Well, I guess the sand's not too hard, but they won't be too happy when they find it. Plus, Sardick already took everything of interest from it.
Yes, rightfully so. They should not be allowed to own these iron spikes. And especially the pants. I mean, they're gonna get their own comeuppance eventually.
Come up, pants. You know, you've made that one a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
Still pretty funny. Okay, When you
That
guys
company.
look back down the hallway where you came from, you notice, casually leaning against the wall, a figure that looks a lot like this. Now, the last one you met was clearly a female. This one is clearly male. But very similarly dressed. Also with the sharp pointed teeth and so forth, and the claws. Leaning there, watching you.
Hello.
Are you gonna call out to him from however pretty far away, or are you gonna walk up closer?
I'm not walking up closer to a vampire. He's not that far away.
He just kind of holds up one hand and makes a beckoning motion in your general direction.
Well, we are here for friendship. Have you ever made friends with a vampire?
Have you?
Most certainly not. We don't tend to hang around universities much.
Well, I guess we move forward as a group then.
Katrin says, well, the other one we met was friendly, so this one probably is too, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Friendly is
sure.
subjective.
just keep an eye out for trouble, I think, is the best way to approach everything down here.
I'm pretty sure he can hear us.
Yeah. Well, I think he wants allies that are not, too overzealous, like I was with this. What? And Roscoe, looks down at his hand, fused to the sword, basically.
But Katrin moves up to within about 10 feet of him. I keep seeing auras. I don't know if you guys can see the nameplates for the tokens. Maybe you can.
Yeah.
I can.
Whenever I see auras superimposed over Midge's, it looks like it says Marge.
Marge.
Nice.
That's gonna be our team name.
When
Yeah.
Midge and Ara get fused together, Marge Simpson appears.
Yes. I mean, my skin color is kind of similar to her hair color, maybe a little lighter.
So you'll basically be the hair on Midge, and Midge is close enough to the skin color that... there we go. I mean, you're probably as tall as her hair is, so...
Pretty much.
So, the vampire says, "You still have not met with the master.
Well, it's not like we were
roaming
given
about in
directions.
these halls."
We weren't given directions. We were told to go north. We hit north where, that wasn't northeast, northwest. It was north. North ended at a wall.
Yes, one of us should have brought you. Nevertheless, the master is impatient and wants to meet with you before you gallivant about in here any further.
Well, lead the way then.
This way. Weapons away.
Roscoe will, put his in his sheath, at his side. Oh, but the picture has a sheath on the back. Roscoe's gonna have his hand over his back, this is the best I can do right now. Minor technicality.
This particular blade did not come with its own scabbard, by the way.
Oh, and it probably doesn't fit in anything that I had before, does it?
Mm-mm. You'd
Would
have
it
to
fit?
construct something or buy a scabbard specifically for it or something.
So I'm gonna flip it around backwards in my hand and kind of tuck it into my belt so that it looks like it's kind of put away-ish. And be like, due to technicality, this is the best I can do. Will this be acceptable?
Yes, keep it in your pants.
Oh, I have a very hard time doing that.
Well, you're built, I mean.
I can do that.
Valgara Midge, though, is like, this is my walking staff. I carry it everywhere. I'm not putting it away. The vampire narrows his eyes. Put it on your back. You have strap. And just stares down Midge. Valgara.
I was gonna turn around and like give like Valgara the evil eye, like do as you're told. Remember, diplomacy.
Fine, but
No, but
I just don't feel like carrying it right now.
yeah.
I gotta crack my knuckles anyway. She puts the staff on her back, starts cracking her knuckles extra loud. Katrin just sighs. You see what I have to deal with?
You want
married
to
it.
marry her?
Well, I didn't really want to. You did want to! We're not having this argument right now.
Yeah, you know what? On second thought, not the time. Let's continue on with our friend here.
So, yeah, Katrin puts her weapon away and reduces her shield to its small size. Still stuck on her arm. Do the rest of you proceed without weapons?
Ara just clasps her hands together and smiles. She hasn't pulled out an actual weapon since you guys have met her.
Right.
Crossbows, huh?
What about
We'll talk
Sardick?
about that some other time.
Yeah, Sardick would put his warhammer away, but he'd keep his shields close to him.
Okay, so he leads you to that door that you recently passed. And he opens it. And he goes into the room beyond. Follow. So do you follow him?
Oh, I thought he said Volo, but yeah.
No, he said follow.
I thought he said Volo.
Volo, the guy is everywhere.
Volo, we haven't gone far at all. How did you find us again?
He pulls off his vampire mask. It's me, Volo!
Nice!
You got me, sir.
Your princess is in the other dungeon.
Yeah, I think we follow.
Alright, he leads you all into a large room. A very large chamber. With a 40-foot high ceiling. Oh, I need to remove the lighting on so you can get through that door, right?
Oh, do you want us to move our tokens? Yeah.
Yeah, we can get in now.
Cool.
Yeah, and he kind of just takes up position against the wall and waits for all of you to come inside. And in the room, you see 3 6-foot-tall stone statues atop large stone plinths, each of which is depicting what appears to be a male human noble clad in decorative armor. Carved into the base of each statue are some letters, although you can't read them without being closer. You also notice a broken staff. Hold on, I just screwed up my... You notice a broken wooden staff made out of this pure white wood laying at the base of the middle statue. There are several people in the room. They have torches laying on the ground. Several lit torches, which are laying on the ground near these people. There's also a skeleton on the floor next to where the white wooden staff is, the broken staff. And you see 4 other people in the room. 3 of them are kind of lurking behind the statues with crossbows. With crossbows pointed in your direction.
Sorry, I did not mean to roll that. Accidentally clicked.
Ah!
Not what Roscoe does. Not what Roscoe does. I was rearranging my...
Recon!
Yeah, the vampire that you followed in the room takes up position against the wall just to the north of Roscoe. And there is another larger figure who also looks the same, looks like a vampire, although he is sort of larger and more muscular. And he's wearing a bandana on his head.
Oh.
Now, the 2 vampires that you've seen prior to this point weren't carrying any weapons.
Yes, they were. They were in their mouths.
Well, they have their claws and fangs, but I mean, they didn't have any other weapons or armor. This man, however, is carrying, and they're in his hands currently, a scimitar as well as a very fancy-looking dagger with a winged hilt. Or a winged crossbar? Whatever. I don't know the terminology, but there's wings on it. And the other guys also have scimitars, but they're put away. They currently have crossbows pointed at you. So the vampire who led you into the room says, "I have brought him to you." You see no sign of the female vampire that you met before. Everybody in the room right now is male. And you can all make a perception or insight check. As you're looking these people over. All right. I closed all my things that I had open when I restarted. But basically, as far as you're concerned, Sardick and Ara, the room is full of vampires. However, Roscoe, when you're looking at the ones that are lurking behind the statues, they don't seem quite right. They look kind of fake. Like maybe they're just wearing makeup and like fake fangs.
Roscoe lets out a little bit of a giggle for a second at the thought that that this is somebody just wearing makeup, and then really quickly recognizes the situation, composes himself, and stands up a little bit straighter and puts on a serious face.
Gang of cosplayers. But the big guy in the middle of the room and the one who led you into the room both look very real.
Okay. Do I get the sense of illusion from them then? Or oh no, you said makeup so.
Yeah, they literally look like they're wearing wigs and makeup and like fake fangs. I mean, it's pretty well done,
Okay.
but you're very perceptive at the moment, and you can tell.
The veil has been lifted and I can see your makeup. It's atrocious.
Did
Okay.
you say this out loud?
No. This is Will, a little bit drunk, thinking of things.
Oh.
The vampire who led you into the room says, "This is our master, Uktar Kranok." The large guy in the middle says, he doesn't say anything, he just nods, and he looks at you expectantly, and then the vampire that brought you in here says, "Introduce yourselves to the master."
I'm Ara.
Good day, sir. I'm Roscoe Vanda of Waterdeep University. Just came down here.
Waterdeep University.
I don't know if we established an actual name of it.
I'm doing this for credit.
Yes, my dissertation requires such, field trips and what. But yeah.
Katrin says, "I'm Katrin. Some people call me Cursed Katrin, but I don't like it that much, even though it's true."
Sardick Drizzlebeard, peace be with you.
Midge says, "I am Valgara of the Blue Bear Uthgart, slayer of Rhyme Fang, the White Dragon."
Roscoe will put his finger up for a second and be like, that is a very long story, but you can also call her Midge when she's acting different, for lack of a better word.
She has multiple personalities.
We put up with her because we love
her.
Energetic spirit.
Uktarl says,
Ara is so wishing she was close enough to elbow Roscoe right now.
Uktarl says, "Enough. You have come to my domain. This level of Undermountain belongs to me. What is the reason for your visit?"
I guess a numerous amount of things. We all have different things we're here for. I think mine's several levels deeper than this, so I'd be happy to be on my way.
I personally am here for, mapping and exploring, and I'm trying to amass some amount of fame in archaeological research based on the Undermountain. I mean, this level would be amazing to study, but we will be moving on also if you don't want us here.
I come here looking for the signs of our nurturing mother, Hathor.
I don't know anything about nurturing mothers. Katrin says,
Did you not
I
have
came
one?
down here to get uncursed. I want to get rid of... And she kind of looks to the side, kind of backward behind her where Midge is. And Valgara Midge says, "You'll change your mind. You don't want to get rid of me." No, I really do.
But we
Not the
still
place,
put
guys.
up with her.
Not the time.
Uktarl says, "Very well. I find no cause for offense in your aims. However, we are the Undertakers, and we rule here. Any who would pass through our domain must pay tribute."
What kind of tribute?
You may pay in coin, or you may pay in service. If you choose neither, then you will pay with your lives.
What kind of service?
Down the hallway to the west, there is a troublesome chamber. My minions have had difficulty there. Some entity lurks within the mists.
You've seen it too.
I have not been there myself. But if it vexes my minions, then it vexes me.
Roscoe stops for a second, realizing that they're not talking about the same thing. It's like, oh.
Yeah, we wouldn't want you vexed.
What sort of entity?
This is unknown to me. I have chosen not to investigate it.
And if we dealt with it, you'd be satisfied.
Yes. Brother will go along to watch and make sure that you have cleared the area of any threat.
And he motions toward the vampire, closest to Roscoe.
Ah, brother. That's a innovative name. Yes. Quick question. I'm feeling a little bit hurt. Would anyone mind if we took a short rest before we dealt with the problem? We can, leave your site if you don't want to look at us resting for a bit.
You will certainly not rest in this chamber.
We kind of got that.
This is the Hall of the Three Lords. Now the Hall of the One Master.
That seems very fair. I guess, maybe selfishly, I would like a little bit of a break before we tackle the unknown. I've had quite a bit of unknown tackling recently, and I would like to be at full speed. More literally than you know.
I am growing impatient with your presence here without paying proper tribute, but if you require an hour to catch your breath, I will permit it, as long as you go immediately thereafter to perform service for me.
That seems amenable to me. Group?
I'm fine with that, but we need directions. I don't want to be told to go north and then stand at a wall and wait for some vampire to show up to tell me where else I need to go.
Yeah, they really should have better signs in this place, and I don't mean elvish signs, good common signs.
Though, to be fair, he's not wrong. We did have an elvish sign in the last room.
True.
He looks at Sardick, and he says,
The signs are always there for those who have eyes to see.
He has eyes, he can see it, but everything is in Elvish.
That sounds like a most ridiculous curse.
You know, that's ridiculous. Why don't we step out? I think he's getting annoyed with us.
Are we gonna get directions?
I think brother
hallway.
will escort us.
Immediately to the south of this room. The hallway runs west and east. Simply go west to the end of the hallway, and you will be there. There are no doors.
The one with the mirrors? Or this hallway?
No, this hallway. The one right here by this room.
Like we went north from the columns and then we turn left. If we were going north from the columns, this...
he disintegrates you.
Sorry, I'm making a map. Can I point on the map?
No!
Oh shit, you're right.
I grab Roscoe and start dragging him out of the room, hoping everybody else follows.
Yep, we're going.
Do not return without coin or service rendered.
Aye, Captain. He did look like a captain of a ship, didn't he?
Yeah. Are there ships down here? Are there oceans in the under?
You never know. There's weird shit in Undermountain.
Roscoe did ask Ara though. That was in character.
Ara kind of looks and says, "What? I'm sorry."
Are there oceans in the Undermountain? The Underdark, excuse me.
I
This
would
could be a
believe
conversation.
there would be. I mean, as we're walking, we can have this conversation.
And as we're resting, because we would have an hour.
Yeah.
So where are you gonna go to rest?
Maybe just like at the T intersection or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just gonna sit down and rest in the middle of the hallway?
I mean, it's for an hour.
We could go to the room where the sword was, but I would prefer not to be in the whisper room actually. So
Yeah, that might drive you a little crazy.
who said I'm not crazy? Oh, wait, no. Who said I'm crazy?
We could just go
I
in
said-
the
I
room
said that would
with
drive
the
you.
well. There's sand there. It'll be
We've
more
been attacked
comfortable.
there too.
But
Really,
we
I didn't think
haven't
anywhere
been
safe.
attacked in the hallways yet.
Hallways are perfectly safe.
I mean, we can hear and see everything coming, and we would be bunched up in one group, so it would make it very hard for enemies to, like, absolutely advance on us.
And moonbeam and lightning bolt tactics, eh? Am I right?
Ah! See where I was going with that? So then, if we all just hang out around here, we could see everything from every direction. Varys taught me well, Ara says as she sits down.
Roscoe's gonna like pull out his bedroll. He's like, well, I didn't. It's more comfortable. There's some space on here if anyone wants to sit next to me. And he's gonna like put up against the wall long ways and kind of sit down.
So Katrin curls up against the wall, kind of puts all of her stuff behind her, pulls her dagger back out, just grips it. She looks around nervously.
Is Katrin sitting next to me?
You know, she's sitting 5 feet away from you.
Okay. I kind of look over at her and I'm just like, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, I'm okay. Just bad things keep happening to us here. I'm waiting for the next bad thing.
I understand that, but unfortunately, I mean, people don't come down here adventuring for the good things that happen to them down here. Sadly.
So Midge Valgara comes over and sits down next to Katrin. Katrin, and Katrin scooches over next to Ara, away from her.
Nice.
Attack of opportunity.
She doesn't smell that bad.
I don't like what she's carrying, which is a whole lot of fleas, but also a spirit.
Oh. Yeah.
You know, Katrin, with your shield stuck on your arm and my new sword stuck on mine, together we make quite a fearsome duo. Well, there's more than us than two, but I guess we'll have to help each other out with our offhands that aren't just, you know, dedicated to fight.
Well, my shield shrinks down, so it's just on my arm, and I can still use this hand at least.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's just me then, that's cursed.
I'm still pretty cursed, though.
That's true.
Your sword probably doesn't possess people.
Well, we have time to find out.
I hope.
Ara goes, well, at least you guys weren't turned into a baby.
Roscoe's gonna make a performance check and try and act like he's getting possessed by the sword. It's okay.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Ignore that history roll. That was a misclick. Captain's like, very funny. But I don't think so.
Roscoe like sits back down. It's like, it was worth a shot. I'm gonna start tending to some of the wounds on my hand now as I rest, and just let me know if I can do the short rest benefit stuff.
Okay. Yeah, an hour passes uneventfully. You guys can take a short rest. Spend hit dice if you wish, or whatever.
Yeah.
Catherine will spend one. She's down to 68.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's awful.
All right. Roscoe is feeling much better now.
Did you crit that and then crit failed?
I did, but I also gained some strength back, and all around good thing.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, I forgot your strength was lowered this whole time.
Yes,
That's mainly why he wanted to take a break. He wants his strength back.
I did want health too. I was at kind of 2/3, and I didn't want to be. If I could heal it with hit dice, I would prefer that to forcing healing spells on it. So.
Hold on, Midge might do natural recovery. Let me just check and see. Natural recovery, when you do a short rest, you can get spell slots back. A combined level equal to or less than half your druid level. So she could get 3 spell slots back. But how many spells has she used?
Moonbeam.
She's used...
Moonbeam and a healing word, I think.
She's used a second and 2 firsts.
And Goodberry. She did Goodberry, or is that a cantrip?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so
Oh,
she'll
we
get a
still have
second level slot back and a first level slot back. That way when Tiff comes back, she'll have more spells. Alright, so she does that. Anybody else doing anything special during the rest?
Nope, just upkeep
nope.
stuff for a short rest.
Alright. Brother just waits patiently, leaning against the wall. Always leaning against the wall, these vampires.
So
Maybe they're holding it
They
up.
seem unusually lazy for vampires.
They're
considering
holding
they're
up
undead.
their fort.
If Midge
But he
was
does-
here, she would be suspicious.
Yeah,
She
that's
put-
true. But Midge isn't Midge right now.
Poor man.
Alright.
Alright. You guys... Anything else you want to say or do before you start moving on?
Nope.
I'm fine to carry on.
Likewise.
Alright. Somehow, after exactly 1 hour, Brother seems to know. It has been 1 hour.
Did
Yeah,
your
yeah.
watch tell you that? Do you have a watch?
It's Vampire Time Sense. It's an ability.
Oh.
They definitely have it.
Is that in the 6th edition that's coming out?
That's in it's a third-party supplement. Very third
Ara
party.
stands up.
Okay.
How big is this vampire, like height-wise?
6 feet tall.
Oh, he's huge.
And this is one of the ones that does appear vampire, not in makeup, correct?
Correct. There's definitely absolutely no sign of makeup, wig, anything fake about this person.
Even his accent sounds real.
His leaning on walls is so authentic.
It really is.
It's
Did he
like
have his
he
arms
just wants you to
crossed over?
see how much he can't be bothered with standing.
So I give him like a flourish in front of me and I say, lead the way.
No, I am following to watch you. Just go keep going west. I will
Well,
not
that's
help
not-
you. I only observe.
We were told you would show us, not direct us.
Katrin says,
VPS is not what we were looking for.
"What?
VPS is not what we're looking for.
What is that?"
GPS but vampires?
Oh,
nice.
VPS. Okay.
Yes.
In 120 feet, turn right.
I know, that's
I was
exactly what I was thinking
just
of
about
he
to
was
make
going to
that
say.
joke. All right. So Katrin gets up and says, "Okay, I guess let's go."
Mm,
And starts kind of heading down the hall. Is Sardick gonna walk up in front with her?
Yeah.
Midge train.
I guess Ara just kind of took the lead just because she was so far in front of everyone and sat down before everyone. But if someone wants to push aside from me, that's perfectly fine.
Sardick would politely walk up the wall and around so that he wouldn't have to push past.
You're such a gentleman, Sardick.
Roscoe, like as we're like getting up and like breaking the little camp that we set up there, Roscoe will like turn to brother and be like, do you have any idea what's up here? Your boss didn't seem to know, but you seem observant.
And do you think I would spoil the surprise?
Well, I would hope that we could, help your boss out with figuring out. If we succeed here, it really helps your boss out more than if we fail. So, do you know
I
what?
kind of give Roscoe a look like, don't even
Okay,
try
you know
to-
what? You seem like a man who likes his secrets. We'll carry on.
All right. So in the room, at the end of the hallway. There's a 50-foot square room with 20-foot high ceiling, and in the room are 5 pillars. The pillars appear to be made of mortared humanoid bones, painted black.
Oh.
Each pillar has one skull in the center of it. And each of the skulls has a gem, sort of a black and orange striated gem mortared into each of the eye sockets. The edges of the room are filled with this thick fog that just lays heavily in the air, through which nothing can be seen.
So how far into the fog can we see roughly? Are we talking like couldn't see our hand in front of our face, or is it like we can see like 10 feet? So
You can't see anything within the fog. I mean, you can see, like, you could literally hold your hand up in front of your face and see it, but you couldn't see anything, even 5 feet away.
Roscoe's eyes are gonna kind of take again that sort of green, like faint glow to them, and I'm just gonna look to see if any magical auras are present in the.
All right. You actually don't see any magical auras.
Okay.
Katrin says, all I see is fog. Is the fog the monster?
Well, I think
I don't
he
know.
said something about.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Ask Ravenloft over there.
So she walks up and
I've heard
she
that say.
swings her dagger at the fog. Seems to pass right through it. Well, that didn't seem to do anything.
Hey, Midge, what do your half-elven ears hear?
Dogkara Midge walks up behind you. She listens. I don't hear anything. Silent in
Good.
there.
It was a test. You passed.
How would she have failed?
So does anyone have any bright ideas?
Does the fog go up to the ceiling?
Yes, it does.
And it seems contained to the outsides of the rooms.
Yeah, I mean, it's all this. You guys can see those fog squares, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just contained to those areas. It doesn't seem to be moving around in any way.
Roscoe's going to take a blanket of his, and he's going to try and make like an air current to see if he can like move some of the fog on this close wall down here, and see if like fanning it will make it go away or if it's pretty.
The amount of current you're able to make with the blanket doesn't seem to affect the fog much at all. I mean, a few little tiny wisps of the fog might come off, but it looks like it's a very heavy fog, and it doesn't easily move.
All right.
Unless you had a much greater wind force.
I do not.
Hmm.
Can we
That
take a
doesn't seem-
super fast break, you guys?
Yeah,
About
we can.
halfway in.
Yeah,
A semi longer than fast break, if you need to.
yeah,
Yeah,
whatever
well,
break you need.
Just a couple minutes for me, but if you guys need a little more than a couple minutes to do
I'm
something,
good with like
whatever.
5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, so let's take that break right now then.
Okay.
If that's cool with everyone.
Works for me.
Sure.
Alright, I'll be right back. While we're on break, I'll leave you with Jaunty Gumption. Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
I am as well. I also had the realization over the break that Roscoe trying to use a blanket with the rapier stuck in his hand would have been pretty awkward, but that's why it didn't work. So there.
That's true. There's going to be a lot of things that are more difficult to do with that sword stuck in your hand.
That is very fair. If I took Pax the Blade, then I could dismiss an action, or dismiss it when it's bonded to me. It's just whether that would then make me take the fire damage again.
You should definitely try to find out.
Yeah, no, let's not worry about any of the plans that I had for Roscoe before and just try that.
It's just some fog. I'm sure you're safe.
But is it the fog of war?
The advanced fog of war. Having a little of that.
It does seem
black
like highly
cherry.
advanced fog. That's warlike.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Is anybody not back? If you're not back, say not back.
I'm not back. No, I think we're all good. Well, Tiff isn't back.
She never came.
That's what he said.
Wow.
I apologize.
I found it funny. But I find a lot of things funny I shouldn't.
So does anyone have any bright ideas? Probably
Welcome,
should say
Saito.
Roscoe. Does anyone have any
How you
bright
doing?
ideas here?
Funny you should say that, since we need something bright to probably see through this fog.
How sturdy do those pillars look?
They look pretty sturdy, but like I said, they're just made out of bones mortared together and painted, rather than actually made out of stone or something, so...
And the gems aren't giving off any kind of magical enchantment to them, just kind of...
Yeah, no magical aura on the gems.
Can I walk up and inspect one of them and see if it just kind of seems ornamental or if there seems to be any function associated?
Saito, they're in a room that have gems in eye sockets. What would Saito do? Yeah, you can walk up and inspect any of the ones that you wish.
If I were to use a magnifying glass, would this be considered fine enough detail that it would give advantage on the investigation check?
What exactly are you trying to determine?
I'm trying to see if it's just decorative or if it appears to have any kind of function as well in the pillar.
Which pillar are you examining?
I would say the closest one, just...
You're going to move up next to it?
Yeah. I already regret that, but yeah.
Show me where you moved.
The gems were... Like, this would be close enough to be inspecting the gem. Is that correct?
Yes, that is close enough. As you move into the room, you get a familiar feeling. A tingling, sickly feeling in your stomach.
Oh,
Like
boy.
perhaps something touched by the far realm is nearby.
Why does this keep happening? Alright. One of you keeps slipping stuff in my food. My stomach is not feeling so well, and it. And Roscoe, like, just has the realization that, like, wait, this is what he feels with, like, the book. He's like, there's something that doesn't belong here.
And there were other things that triggered this feeling as well.
Yeah, I just kind of, I think at this point Roscoe, like, really gets it. Is kind of what I was going for there. But, yeah.
So are you still inspecting the eye?
Does it seem like the eye is this... I guess I don't really get the direction of it. I would still like to inspect well, I'm going to take a quick look around the room again and see if anything seems to have changed, and mention that to everyone, and see what everyone else does to that information.
Mention what?
I'm getting a sense that is... well, you know how I was saying all the stuff about, like, seeing things that don't really belong, that we normally try and, you know, hide and ignore and deny. I'm getting a sense that something like that is nearby. Something not good.
Katrin says, well, it's certainly creepy. She reaches out her hand that's holding her dagger and actually places it, like, all the way up to the elbow into the fog. It feels a little bit cool, but it's not doing anything else to me. And then she pulls back the stump of her arm.
Ah! This is payback for when I was pretending to be possessed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not real.
Performance check. She actually made half of her arm disappear.
Nice.
No, her arm is fine.
I guess if no one else is doing anything, Roscoe is going to again try and, like, continue looking at the gem to see if it does appear to have any function beyond just ornamental.
All right, so you can see that there are skulls in each of these eyes. I mean, one skull in each pillar, and each skull has 2 eye sockets, and in all of them except for the one you're next to, each eye socket contains a gem. The one that you're looking at, one of the 2 gems is missing.
Oh.
Yeah.
The other one, as you kind of examine it up more closely, the other one looks like a tiger eye gem. And you figure it's probably only worth about 10 gold. But there are 9 of them in the room if you count the ones in all the skulls.
So there's basically every skull has one except for one of the eyes of one of the skulls next to me.
Every pillar has 2 gems except for the pillar you're next to, which only has 1 gem.
Okay, I see. I will point this out and say, I don't know if it's connected, but some part of me just really wishes there was another one in this eye right here. Does it resemble at all the stone that we found inside the head of the no, because that was a coral thing. Never mind.
Yeah, no resemblance whatsoever. And these gems do not radiate magic. And if you're investigating the pillar, you can make an investigation check. And now you can use your magnifying glass if you wish. This will take about a minute, though, to make this check. So is anybody else doing anything during that minute?
I'm like kind of playing with the fog here, like waving my hand in it. Does it sort of resemble almost like a darkness spell, but like
No.
kind of altered? No.
It's
How
just
tall-
a very thick, heavy fog that feels very cool to the touch. And I mean, you can feel it as you move your hand through it. It's almost soupy.
But nothing seems to kind of happen. Like, I don't get attacked or anything sticking my hand in it.
Nope. What was your question, Nox?
I'm not sure if you said this before the break, but how tall, far up do these pillars go?
All the way to the ceiling, 20 feet up.
Okay, Sardick would go... Well, actually, since Roscoe's examining that, he'd go to the next one. And he'd gingerly place a foot on it and see if he could begin to walk up it.
You can. They're pretty narrow, so you kind of have to walk like 1 foot in front of the other. Almost like you're walking on a, you know, a
Like a tightrope, kind of.
But you're able to do so with no problem with your boots.
Yeah, he'd go up toward the top and kind of cast his eyes around and see if he could possibly see anything in the dark. Like he'd walk like around the pillar or that kind of thing just to get a 360-degree kind of scent.
How high up on the pillar are you?
Probably a little over 10 feet.
Okay. Saito is begging and urging you all to take those gems from the eyes. I think it will kill him if you don't.
I mean, Sardick did find them. Wink, wink.
That's true.
True.
Alright, let me just do something real fast.
Spawn a bunch of enemies on us?
Plot our death.
Oh, that's been plotted for a long time. Don't worry about that.
We keep thwarting him, though.
This is true. Little did he know, Roscoe was going to plunge the sword in the water, which clearly made all the difference.
Okay, passive perceptions here. Okay. Oh, Sardick has a 16 passive perception. Interesting. Oh yeah, you didn't actually roll the investigation check.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what people did for the minute, so that...
You don't detect any form of trap or mechanism or anything like that.
Huh. It all checks out, guys. Maybe we deal with the threat first and take them on the way out there if we're going to take...
Alright, Sardick, as you are walking around the pillar, and you're at about this spot, and you're way up near the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly, tentacles lash out of the fog from both directions at you. Now, this happened very quietly. However, two people in the group did manage to hear something. Some sort of a slurping, very wrong sound. Did manage to hear something immediately before the attack. So, the two people whose passive perception are 15 or higher will not be surprised. Everyone else will be surprised during the surprise round. So, everyone should roll initiative at this point.
Oh, I just missed that passive perception.
Okay, let's see these initiatives. Ara got a 20. Sardick got a 15. What did Roscoe get?
12.
12. Okay. And I have to roll it for Midge and Katrin. A 4. Alright, so on the first round, which is a surprise round, the first thing that happens is the tentacles coming out towards you from the north. They're long tentacles. They reach out of the fog and across the intervening distance, and swipe at you. And remember, this is way up by the ceiling, 20 feet in the air.
So they come out of the fog at ceiling level, effectively.
Correct. And your armor class is what again?
19.
All right. The tentacle lashes towards you, but it is unable to find purchase. It just sort of slides raspingly across your armor. Alright, then Ara is surprised, Katrin is surprised, and now the next one also goes before you, Sardick. So another tentacle comes at you, this time from the east. But once again, it's unable to get a grasp on you. So nothing happens. Sardick, what are you doing? You thought you detected some kind of moving from where the tentacles came from at the time of being attacked. You feel like you got attacked from right here and right there.
I think you're on the layer.
But as of now, you can't actually see or sense anything in the fog.
Yeah, we didn't actually see the pings on the map.
I think you're on the GM layer. There we go.
So basically, 2 directly to your east and 1 north and 1 east to your, you know, like a knight's move to the left from you up. Is where the tentacles came from. But now that you're not presently being attacked, you don't actually have any sense of anything being anywhere.
Sardick will call down to the others. There's 2 of them! One up there and one over there! And he's just going to sort of gesture with his hand axe as he pulls it out. He's actually going to use the acid one at this point, and he'll take it and just whip it out toward the east where he kind of felt that the tentacle was coming from. Just in a hope that, okay, if it's not there, it's just going to pass through and try to hit something.
Sure, make an attack roll. No, Saito, they haven't looted the gems yet because they're getting attacked.
Yeah.
You clearly hear your axe hit the wall after passing through some amount of fog and, you know, fall to the ground and clatter on the stone. You doing anything else on your turn?
Sardick will kind of rotate back over here. You know, he's kind of figuring that this sort of feels like a ship mast, which he's used to. So he's going to kind of just kind of pole dance around it and is walking on the side of it as well as holding it with a hand there and has the shield and is starting to draw out another hand axe.
We finally got to the session in which Nox's character pole dances.
I was just gonna say something about it.
Hashtag dwarven pole dancing.
Dwarven pole dancing! Okay. Wow.
I thought Ara was gonna have to end up doing that, but thank you. Thank you for saving her from that.
You're welcome anytime.
Alright. Midge isn't surprised. But I don't really know what she's gonna do.
Fairy fire.
Moonbeam!
Fairy fire.
Yeah, Fairy Fire is pretty good. Although...
You don't have to. do whatever you think Volgara Midge would do.
Very far wouldn't be as good here as you would think. Because they're not invisible, they're just... This line of sight to them is just blocked. So you'd see light from the fairy fire in there, but... I don't know that it would really help you as it would if they were invisible.
It still gives advantage on attacks, but yeah, do whatever.
Advantage on attacks if the attacker can see it.
Oh.
So if they're still in the fog, it still might not help you. Okay, so let's take a look at what she wants to do here. Now she does have some fun things. Maybe she could think about using Thunder Wave. A wave of thunderous force. Pushes people away. Emits a thunderous boom.
But look at the range.
Well, yeah, she has to move up next to the fog to do it. It's kind of her best bet right now, unless she wants to cost Fog Cloud and cover the whole room in fog. Fight fog with fog, like the old saying. Alright, I think she's gonna go try a Thunder Wave here. Hold on, I'm having zooming issues at the moment. Alright, so Midge is gonna walk up. And it's a 15-foot cube, I think. $15 feet. So she'll just walk up to here and cast a Thunder Wave straight into the fog to the east of her. Is it worth casting it at a higher level? I don't think she's going to cast it at a higher level. She'll just cast it at first level. Now I have to decide if that has any effect on the fog itself. You would kind of think it would, because Thunder Wave. So I'm gonna say...
Does she warn us? Because we're all gonna get, like, blasted with that sound.
No, she doesn't warn you. It's Valgara in control, so... I don't know if Midge even would have warned you.
Yeah, Valgara's really safety conscious.
Midge might have been like, guys, cover your ears, and then, like, done something.
So, unsecured objects depends if you count fog particles as unsecured objects.
Alright, it blows part of the fog back, clearing some of the area that was covered by fog before. And... it does damage, possibly. Okay, so... man, DoorDash is sending me mad texts, trying to get me to work right now because they're busy or whatever, but... playing D&D, y'all. So that's Midge's turn. I think she can cast Shillelagh also as a cantrip, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she'll do that also. And she's done. That brings us to the top of the first non-surprise round. And a tentacle lashes out from about 10 feet off the ground at Midge. Ooh, that hits. So Midge suffers some piercing damage because these tentacles have these spines on the end of them. And then she has to make a saving throw. Which she makes. Oh. And the tentacle is also now grappling her.
That's helpful.
That points us right back to where it was.
And then it moves, pulling her with it. Into the fog. Can you guys still see Midge's token?
Yes.
Okay, but you actually can't see Midge because the fog blocks your sight of her. And then, since that succeeded, okay, that doesn't work. All right, Ara's turn.
Alright, so if I attempt to make an attack roll of any sort, I have disadvantage, correct?
You have to first choose where you're attacking, since you have no idea where the targets are, and then you have disadvantage, yeah.
Alright, because I'm just making sure, because some of them you have to be able to see the target in order to do it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it depends.
So
If the spell says you have to be able to see the target, then you do.
Yeah, my firebolt doesn't require me to see the target, so advantage and attempt that.
All right, show me where you're shooting it.
I would have shot it in the direction that Midge went.
Just ping on the map where you're aiming.
Like, right here.
Okay, good. In that case, your firebolt does connect with something in the fog, and it makes a hideous sound.
Alright, so luckily it wasn't Midge.
I mean, it still could have been.
Yeah, who knows what kind of weird sounds she might make.
And that'll
you
be
smell
my turn.
this rancid stench of something disgusting burning.
Oh, that might have been Midge.
Okay, anything else on your turn?
I'm going to move over here. Yeah, obviously can't get around that. He's moving through it. Right here.
Okay.
And then that's it for
Alright, it's Katrin's turn. I'll help you, Midge. So she's just gonna go charging forward. She will go into a rage as a bonus action. And go charging forward. And start stabbing into the fog to the north of her. But she doesn't seem to connect with anything. She could cast Speak with Animals as a ritual, but I don't think that would help us here. Yeah, that's all. She can't do anything else right now. Alright. On 17, this other creature is going to... come forth from the fog. And you can now see it.
That is ugly.
I'll show you the handout. This strange floating brain-like creature with a giant beak and all these tentacles with barbed spines on the end of them. And it's kind of just silently floating through the air.
Don't we have
You
quests for these
definitely-
things?
You have a quest called Grell's Anatomy.
I was gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're getting two with one stone.
Yeah, so they're pretty hideous looking. And Roscoe, as that thing gets closer, you definitely feel the feeling of unease increasing. It comes
I
out
think that's it.
and it lashes out with a tentacle at Ara. Ooh, it's a crit.
No!
Sorry. So the tentacle lashes around you, wraps around your leg, and you feel those barbs just sink into your flesh. It's excruciatingly painful, and you take 16 points of piercing damage. In addition, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I made that with, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I made it with...
You made it with what?
I did it with disadvantage on accident.
Oh. Well, the 11 is what you got, though, right? I mean, that's what we're going with?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always the first roll.
You actually managed to resist the poison that's lining these barbs. However, you were grappled, and you were pulled up to it. And then it sinks back into the fog. It pulls you into the fog with it. So now Ara is out of sight in the fog as well. And Ara, you can't see anything. And you have this tentacle wrapped around you, grappling you. Oh, and now that it's got you there, it's also going to try to bite you with its beak.
Oh, wonderful.
That'll also hit. That only deals 5 piercing damage, though. So you've
Well,
taken
I mean,
24
that's good.
this
I'm
round.
already half health.
Yeah, ouch.
24, it's 21. You said 16, right?
Well, you took 16 and 5, so 21. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know why I said 24.
I was-
Math is hard.
I was like, mathematically, that doesn't work.
All right, Sardick, what do you do? You're still up on the pillar, right?
Yeah, still up on the pillar. Okay, Sardick will
That's true, Saito.
take his, well, He was about to pull out his hand axe, but he'll stow that back, kind of wrap his arm around the pillar there, and kind of swing around forward, sort of like a almost monkeyish style. And he'll get to this point, and he will bring his shield around to bear and present the image of Hathor and call out, "We are in need once again, O Great Mother. Send your best agents. Smite this one in the dark." And he will call upon... Suddenly, this radiant bull bursts out from the shield and streaks forward toward where he saw Ara go into the darkness. Now, he doesn't need to see that, but he's choosing to attack it.
Yeah, it says a creature of your choice within range, but I think the general rules are that you have to know what you're attacking or where you're attacking. So, once again, just ping where you're actually aiming. Where you think the creature is.
Sardick will go toward there.
Okay. In that case, your attack roll is an 18, right?
Yes.
That certainly hits. Oh wait, no, you have disadvantage because you can't see it. So you actually have a 10. Which means you did not hit.
Can I use inspiration to make that hit?
Certainly.
I'll do that.
Inspiration 0. In that case, yes, it hits. How much damage does it do?
13 radiant.
All right, there's a searing burst of light from inside the fog, and again, an inhuman sound. It's terrifying in its own right.
That wasn't me.
And the tentacle
Oh,
wrapped
you should get
around...
that checked out.
Yeah, tentacle wrapped around Ara's leg tightens as the thing clenches up, basically. And now what happens? The next attack roll made against it before the end of turn and has advantage. Okay, cool. Mystical
And it's
damage.
shedding this dim light.
Okay. Sounds good. You do anything else? Any other actions? Or are you done?
Well, since he heard it and since he can't actually help Ara in terms of health, as he had said to call upon the best agents of Hathor, he will once again call upon the horns to appear, which are really just going to be a colossal fail.
Ah, the horns. Let's go find your horns token.
Mm-hmm.
Which I put somewhere.
I think it's still in the other pillar room.
Yeah.
I found it. Alright, you can put your horns where you want them.
He'd put them right over there in the fog and have it attack that square, but that's a critical fail.
Ouch. Alright, nothing terrible happens, but the horns are unable to connect with anything. Okay, so that's Sardick. Roscoe.
So, using the sounds and directions, of Sardick's attacks, can Roscoe get a general sense of... Actually, wait, sorry, can I don't know if this was addressed, but I just realized that because he used Guiding Bolt, the next attack had advantage on it. Does that apply to the spiritual weapon attack?
Yes, it does. So the spiritual weapon, however, it's still canceled out by the disadvantage of being in the fog.
Okay, then I will go
So-
to my original plan with it. Roscoe still has Detect Magic up, and Ara technically has magic items on her, does she not?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, you rolled a 7 on the first roll, so that's the one that counts anyway. Anyway, go on. What were you saying, Will?
Ara has magic items on her person, so Detect Magic should be detecting the auras of Ara's items.
Are you still concentrating on Detect Magic from earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
Not broken concentration with anything. So I can't see the creature, but I can basically see where Ara stopped moving, right? And knowing that her trajectory was kind of following the thing, does that make me pretty confident in its location?
Yeah.
And it's kind of this back corner over here, correct?
Yeah, you're pretty sure that's where it is.
Okay, so I will step up to that area.
Hold on a second. Are you in fog right now?
Yes, stepping up close enough would have to put me in fog.
Okay, so you can't see, but you can still attack with disadvantage.
Yes, and I can kind of... Yeah, the other thing was more for figuring out its position. So disadvantaged attack does a 15. I didn't say it, but can I Booming Blade still? And it's okay if not, because I did not say it before. So
Yeah, you can.
okay.
Yeah, and you already added in the +1 for it being magical and all that?
Yes. Yes,
All
that's
right,
what it
cool.
was.
That does hit.
So Roscoe, again, kind of like stepping forward, is like, let's go! And he's going to like have this like greenish energy again, like crackling up and like sort of maybe amplified by the fact that this like sense of the far realms is kind of welling up in him, like stab out towards the position that this thing was, and deal 15 damage to it. And if it moves, there will be another 2d8 damage on top of that.
Okay, and that's physical damage, slashing and thunder, right?
So the slashing is magical, and there's 2 thunder damage.
All right, you feel a nice, satisfying connection as your new, graceful, well-balanced elven thin blade slices through the fog and slices through the flesh of this creature almost as easily as the fog. And there is a warm spray of blood on your arm.
And with this, Roscoe's madness is starting to go up, and he's like teetering on the brink of sanity right now, as like he's stabbing upward into this creature. So there's like a bit of madness in his eye, right?
That no one can see.
The creature can, and that's what counts.
The spiritual weapon can. Oh, hold on. What's this?
It's
message
highly
on Discord?
perceptible.
Hey.
Oh, right, the
Um,
music. This song is specific for this encounter, so that's why I have this one on.
Normally Roscoe, I think, would back up, but given... I guess he doesn't see how hurt Ara is.
Yeah, you can't
Is it
see her.
metagaming to not... Is it metagaming to not back up now, then? Oh, man.
Well, I mean, just whatever you think Roscoe would do.
Yeah. Roscoe's about to go crazy. We'll allow it. He'll stay there and hopefully be another target.
Alright, it's Midge's turn. She is in the fog and grappled. She's not a fan of that. Now, I'm gonna say, because it just makes sense, that if she wild shapes into something small, that'll get her out of the grapple, basically. Maybe. How does the grapple normally work?
You don't have to
Alright.
make a acrobatics or athletics.
I don't think she's gonna wild shape. I don't even think she's gonna try to get out of the grapple. She is being controlled by Valgara right now, so she's just gonna go nuts with her staff in there, even though she can't see. So let's try to attack with disadvantage. Wait, it says she's restrained also. What does restrained do to you exactly?
I think it gives advantage to attackers, and I don't remember if it affects your attack rolls.
Oh, you have disadvantage too, and disadvantage on dex saves. And your speed becomes 0. It's pretty shitty. However, that's not going to especially hurt her because A, the creature already has advantage against her, and she already has disadvantage against it in the fog. So actually, that's not going to affect anything because you can't have disadvantage twice. So, just
And if
normal
she's... Oh, never mind.
disadvantage. And she's got Shillelagh going. Ooh, even with disadvantage, she hits.
Nice.
Not much damage, though, but some. So there's a satisfying thump sound. As she connects with her staff. Roaring, "Ah! Let go of me, creature!" And now we're back to the monster's turn. I guess you guys know what it is now. It's a grell. The cat's out of the bag there. I already showed you the handout.
The grell's out of the bag.
The grell's out
grell's
of the
out
bag.
of the fog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so
That's the new saying of the group.
It's going to attack her now twice with advantage. First attack against Midge with tentacles. Hits. 6 piercing, and she needs to save. Oh no. Well, that's bad news for Midge. Okay. And then the bite attack actually misses, even with advantage. Wait a minute. She's paralyzed, though.
It still has to roll. It's just an auto crit if it would hit.
Oh, right. All it does is, and it gives advantage, but it's already got advantage. So the beak actually still misses, but she's going to take 6 damage from the tentacles. If Roll20 will cooperate with me. And she is now paralyzed and poisoned. And she gets a new save against that at the end of each of her turns. But of course, you guys can't see anything because she's in the fog. Oh, and it's gonna move.
She's fine.
She's fine.
So there's movement within the fog. It's gonna be really sad if Tiff's character dies while she's not here.
What we'll do is we'll just we'll have her body preserved. We'll bring her back up to the Yawning Portal, and then we'll put her with dead Dan in the basement.
There we go. That's another gold P per day. Shit.
I'll pay for it.
You can tell there's
I'm
movement
having
in the fog and that the
conversation.
creature has gone away from where it was and dragging Midge along with it. But Midge is no longer struggling or making any noise. So you can read into that what you wish. And in fact, there's a clatter as Midge's staff falls to the ground. Ara, it's your turn. You are grappled and restrained. And can't see.
Alright, but here's my thing. I'm not grappled with my hands, correct?
You can still attack or cast spells, yes.
Okay, so can I touch the tentacle that is grappling me with a touch spell?
Absolutely.
Will I have disadvantage even though I'm technically touching it?
I would say, it's grabbing onto you. I would say you wouldn't have disadvantage from the blindness, but you still have disadvantage from being restrained because the tentacle's kind of wrapped around you a whole bunch and it's just making it hard to... Of course, I mean, you can still use your arms when you're restrained. You just have disadvantage. No, I think the restraint condition just flat out gives you disadvantage to attack, though. So I think that's still going to apply.
Alright. It would help if I actually hit the words and not the... Yeah, that's not doing anything.
Shocking Grasp, unfortunately, didn't get it done. Are you going to try to get away or anything?
Can I? I didn't know that we could do a save for that.
Well, it's an escape check, which I think you can use acrobatics or athletics. Is that right? I don't think I've ever done grappling in 5th edition.
It's usually when I've played with most DMs and myself as a DM, it's strength versus strength or strength versus acrobatics. Usually, whatever someone has proficiency or a better chance with.
It's strength. It's athletics or acrobatics, but you do have to use your action trying to escape.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I would have tried that then instead, but that's fine.
Well, no, that's fine. If you wanna, you didn't know that, and I didn't even know that. So, if you wanna say that that's what you did with your action, I'm okay with it.
Okay, let's see if we get a better roll then.
Ooh, that was a good roll. Yeah, you did escape.
So, if I move from it, does it take an attack of opportunity?
Yes. Because the Grells have blind sight, so the fog doesn't hinder them at all.
I'm just more wondering if it's worth it. Because if he attacks me again, I'm fucked if he hits.
Well, as soon as his turn comes up, he's probably going to attack you again if you stay right there anyway, so it's a question of which risk do you want to take?
I'm gonna move.
Alright.
So, well, first I might as well let you take that attack of opportunity first and then see.
Let's give it a shot. Oh no, that's a 21. So,
Yeah.
It gets you again with the tentacle. Sadly, you take 8 more piercing damage. So you're probably hurting pretty bad. And you are now restrained again. Oh, and you have to make a Constitution save.
Ugh.
Well,
If you have inspiration, now might be a good time to use it.
Had what?
Inspiration?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have inspiration still.
good idea. Alright.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. Thank you. I
In that
forgot all
case-
about it. I never...
You are not paralyzed.
Woo!
Yeah, that's good. Good time to use it. Alright, I guess that's the end of your turn, because you can't do anything else now, unless you have a bonus action.
No, none of my cantrips are bonus.
Okay. Katryn's turn. Well, she's enraged and frustrated. She doesn't know what to do or where the enemies are. So... she looks at Sardick and she says, "You help them!" And she points over in the direction where Ara and Roscoe went, "And I'll help Midge." So then she knows that they moved. So she's just going to start moving through the fog until she bumps into something. At this point, I don't know which direction she would move, and I have to... I'm going to roll randomly just to see whether she goes... which square she goes into. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, she moves into Midge's square, who is paralyzed, so she can't really enter the square. But she bumps in and realizes that's where Midge is. And she'll make an educated guess as to where she thinks the creature is. There's only 2 places it could be, so I'm going to roll again, because, I mean, I know where it is, but I'm the one controlling the character, so I don't want to metagame it on Catherine's behalf, you know what I mean?
It seems fair.
So if I roll a 1, she attacks the right square. But I rolled a 2, so she attacks the wrong square. She's narrowed it down now, though. Okay, this creature here, the one that is grabbing Ara, unfortunately, sorry Ara, it's gonna keep attacking you.
Roscoe's right there. It could bite him.
We could, but it's already got a tentacle on. Of course, there's something to be said for it having tentacles on both people. Actually, it has plenty of tentacles.
I don't think it can.
It really wants to get that spiritual weapon.
It has 10 tentacles, so it could hypothetically grapple 10 people at once. So it is going to attack Roscoe with its tentacle.
Hello.
Sorry,
No,
Roscoe.
no, by all means, please.
It has advantage.
Unless I get paralyzed, then it's a feels bad man moment.
17.
Will hit. So
All right.
con save.
So you feel these terrible barbs sink into your side, jabbing between your ribs as this tentacle wraps around your waist. You take 8 points of piercing damage, and you do need to make a con save. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. And you don't have any advantage or any inspiration anymore.
I do not.
You are poisoned and paralyzed.
Alright.
At the end of each of your turns, you can save again. So then it's kind of either or with its beak. It's got you both grabbed. So it'll beak at Roscoe because it knows it paralyzed you.
Sorry, Roscoe.
So it hit obviously with a 20, but not a natural 20. But this damage that it rolled is not crit damage. So I need to roll the damage. I need to roll the dice
crit's only
of the damage again.
No, the crit's only if it's a nat crit if you roll it with their mod. Because if that's the case, I mean, a couple of our hits should have been crits too.
Wait, I'm confused.
No, it's because I'm paralyzed that it's a crit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
automatic
got
crit.
paralysis.
Oh, that sucks.
So it does 12 piercing damage to you as well, Roscoe.
Alright.
Alright. Things are going badly for you guys. Turn it around. Sardick, what are you gonna do?
Come save the day.
Okay, so he saw Katrin go up toward the one corner there, and she told him to go after the others, so he'll go ahead and do that. And as he's coming down from off his perch, he's just going to yell out down the corner, "You vampire! Get in here right now and help! Or by Hathor, by Set, I will go and I will turn your entire clan, and they'll have to run to another plane of existence to get away from me. So get in here and help now!"
Okay.
And he's going to start heading over.
That was pretty good. I'll give you inspiration for that. You already have
Our
inspiration?
claps.
No, you
Roscoe
actually
gives
don't
like a
have
little
it.
shudder.
Now, you can choose to take this inspiration or give it to somebody else right now. It's your choice, Nox.
Ooh. All right. Hmm. Sardick will take the inspiration.
Okay, and make a intimidation check.
Ah.
The vampire has moved up and is watching. It doesn't believe you. But that didn't take an action, so go ahead and do whatever else you want to do. Wants to grab the bull by the horns.
Okay, Sardick will provoke the spiritual weapon into attacking.
Alright, it's still attacking with disadvantage. But it still hits. With a 12.
That's 10 force damage.
Alright, once again, a fiendish, sickening sound erupts from the creature as the horns of force impale into it. That's your bonus action. What else you got?
Would Sardick have seen the vampire come up by now?
I'd say from where you're standing right now, you can't really see him. And you're still up on the pillar, right?
He was actually getting down, so he'd get over here.
Okay.
And so Sardick will turn and give him a meaningful look and say, "This will be your fate if you do not come in here and help right now."
The vampire just holds up one hand and makes a little, like, opening and closing his hand gesture, like just talking. Like he's entirely
Nice.
unimpressed.
This bull, however, looks incredibly muscular because this is cast at his highest level, at level 3.
Wait, what is? This guiding bolt?
This guiding bolt is at his maximum strength.
Alright, and it hits. So how
The
much damage does
vampire.
that do? The vampire! How do you like radiant damage, motherfucker?
That's some ridiculously bad rolls
That
for
is sad.
Oh my god, that's on 4d6. Wait, no, but that you didn't add the extra damage for casting at a higher level, did you?
Oh, there's the 5 for
Yeah,
higher
that's
level
one.
cast.
The 7 is
46.
46.
Oh,
Yeah,
you add
you got
those
2-1.
together, right? Yeah, 46 for 7 is really bad. And then you got 5 more, so you actually did 12, right?
Yeah.
Tentacles writhing. Those of you that have tentacles on you, they tighten and it's extra painful as the barbs kind of dig into your flesh as this creature thrashes and writhes around in the fog. But it's now slightly glowing, and the next attack roll against it has advantage, which will cancel out the disadvantage that you'd normally have.
Oh. So.
Um,
Oh.
You're done then, Sardick?
That's going to be it.
Alright, Roscoe, you are paralyzed, so you can make another con save. Yay!
Aha.
You saved. So you don't get to do anything this turn, but you are no longer paralyzed.
I will take what I can get.
Alright, Midge's turn. She is also paralyzed, so she's got to do the same thing. I think she has I think she has inspiration I can use for her. Yeah, she does.
It seems worth it at this point.
So she gets unparalyzed. And that's all she can do. Growl number 1 is the one with Midge and Katrin. Alright. it's still grabbing onto Midge, so it's going to use the same logic the other one did, which is try to get a tentacle on everybody near it. So it's going to go tentacle after Katrin. Damn, that's a really good roll. Katrin's pretty hard to hit, but it did hit her. So Katrin takes some piercing. She cries out, "Ah! These things sting!" Oh, but she is raging, so she only takes half of that damage. So she takes 2 points. And then she needs to save. Con save is her really good save, though. Okay,
nice.
So she doesn't get paralyzed. And it will attempt to... So since it didn't get the tentacle on her, it's going to beak Midge. And it will hit Midge. 6 points of piercing damage. But it's not an automatic crit since she got out of being paralyzed. Midge has still got quite a few hit points left. I mean, she's hurt, but she's still hanging in there. And now the thing's trapped in a corner. It can't go gallivanting off anymore. So, Ara, in fact, you've got both of them trapped in a corner now. So that's going to help you. Not as much hit and run tactics. Ara, you are not paralyzed, but you are still restrained, right? Or did she get away? Did you get... Oh, you got away.
No,
and then
I
you
got
tried
away
to
and then you
move,
got me again. Yeah.
and you got... Okay, so what are you going to do?
But I have technical normal attack on it because I would have... Because I have disadvantage, I have advantage because I'm the next one to attack it from the guiding bolt.
Correct.
Okay.
The Hay of Consolation.
I am going to try this again.
Alright, you definitely hit this time.
And I'm not even going to try to get away because I seem to take more.
You actually take away its reaction with Shock and Grasp if you hit.
Alright.
Yeah, but I can't even try to get away anyway because that's actually...
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
It was a
forgot
turn.
you were still...
That's why I didn't try to get away because I take more damage trying to get away. If I get away and then run, it attacks me
Yeah.
again.
We just
You
need
lay
to burst
one of
this
your-
thing.
One of your hands on the tentacle and unleash an electrical blast into the tentacle. And to your shock, it doesn't seem to do anything. The creature seems entirely unaffected
no.
by it.
Oh.
Yeah, sadly. Sometimes that happens. Damage type immunity. So, it is not in fact shocked.
That is
And
shocking.
you're still stuck, so I guess you're done.
Yep.
Katrin, she can try to attack where the creature is. She's not grappled. She still has disadvantage though because of the not being able to see and everything. She'll go ahead and do a reckless attack. Reckless attack gives her advantage, which will cancel out the disadvantage, so she'll just be attacking normally. Oops, that's the wrong roll. I have to use strength when she does reckless attack. Well, it hits. And because Midge is there, she gets sneak attack, right? So, 11 big damages. She calls out, "Ha! I got it!" It does not seem to be dying, though. Alright. Just because it's a pain to keep switching from GM layer off of back, now that you guys know where these things are and they're basically trapped, I'm just going to put them on the token layer. Okay. That's all Katrin does. Drow number 2 is the one with Aura and... Okay, now, it has you both grappled, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Roscoe just neither paralyzed.
Alright, I think at this moment it considers Roscoe a greater threat. So it will try to hit you with another tentacle. But it misses.
Hey.
And then it will try to beak you. And it crits.
Hey.
Not a... Yeah. Well, you feel the beak clamp down on your shoulder and just rip a piece of you away, and blood is just gushing out. You feel the blood running down your arm, and your whole arm and hand are just covered in blood in seconds as you take 13 piercing damage from that.
Solid 4 hit points. Glad we rested up, everyone.
Yeah. This is your first actually tough fight.
The advantage disadvantage is really making this tough.
Yeah, that was on purpose. Okay. It's done though. Sardick, it's on you again.
Okay, well, first the spiritual weapon will attack again. Womp womp.
Okay, spiritual weapon's not really getting it done.
Yeah.
What now?
Would you say that this needs to be seen? And he would need to see people? I'm thinking not.
I'm thinking not, especially since you know where they are. So yeah, you can do it. You can use it.
Okay. At this point, I'm feeling that Sardick can obviously sense and hear cries of death all around him, and despair, and just basically, my flesh is being rent from my body, and so he'll come up to here and sort of fill his aura with the entire room, and he'll bring his holy symbol on high.
As a cleric of life, you have a sort of inherent sense of your companion's life force. And I would say you can tell that Roscoe and Ara are very badly hurt, and the other two aren't really hurt that bad. Just do with that information what you will.
Okay. Alright, in that sense, he won't even bother moving, and he'll just simply draw out his shield, and he's going to just start intoning, and he's going to glance at the vampire, and for a moment it's going to make it seem like he's about to turn some undead, but he changes
Nice.
he changes it into she who is there in times of need. Nurture my companions. I ask not for myself, but for my friends. Let life return to them once more. And so a wave of light and life flows over them, and they can heal for a total of 30 health up until half hit points.
So you're going to give each of them 15?
Yeah, he'd give each one 15.
Yeah, hang on to 2 of that. I can only heal for 15.
I'll take those extra 2.
So be it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Literally life-saving.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess that's your whole round then, right?
Yeah, that'll...
What are you going to do, Roscoe? You've still got a tentacle on you.
So, I am currently being wrapped by a tentacle. Is that close enough that I can see that to target it with things that I need to be able to see to target?
Sure.
Cool. So Roscoe, after having just kind of like been out in this sort of paralyzed daze, had this moment of like being sort of like an out of body experience where he was kind of face to face with this like very creepy, very slender figure wearing these like torn mustard yellow robes with a mask over his face with no facial expressions. And they were just kind of like staring at him eye to eye. And the creature that he was looking at traced this rune in front of it. And at that time, Roscoe snaps back, realizing that he is tracing the exact same rune in front of him. And this sort of like dark necrotic energy kind of like seeps forward from him onto this creature as he casts Hex. And this like, and with that, he's again going to like channel this same thunderous, otherworldly energy to cast Booming Blade and take an attack at this dude.
All right. Which doesn't hit.
Yeah.
But
But
I'm still going to give you inspiration, though. You want to keep it or give it away?
no, I'm gonna keep it, and can I use it actually to make that hit?
Let's see. You're attacking with disadvantage already.
Yes.
So
So
if you
the 9
used it for
is what
advantage, it would just cancel out the disadvantage, so it wouldn't help you.
it wouldn't give me the 13, it would just keep it as a 9.
Yeah.
Oh, then never mind. I'm still gonna keep it. just
Wait,
in case.
what's the D4?
That was madness. Roscoe's about to go crazy, so
Oh, madness time. Nice. Yay, madness time. Okay.
that's all Roscoe's got.
And it is Midge's turn. She's grappled by a tentacle, but she's not... She was paralyzed, and she dropped her staff in the other place when she was paralyzed, so she doesn't have that at the moment. I think she's just not trying to take any shit here. She's going to cast something that doesn't involve an attack roll. Something mean. Like Thunderwave again. But probably Thunderwave at 3rd level. So this is going to be a very loud booming sound. So straight ahead of her, into the back corner, she unleashes this booming sound of force. Casting it at 3rd level, it needs to make a DC 15, or a DC, what's her DC?
If you cast it, it'll cast the DC and the damage.
Oh, right. That's right. It's 15 anyway. So she's going to do that. That is... Oh, those add together for the damage. Alright, so now we'll try to save with the monster. Nope, it does not save. So it's going to take the full 17. And it seems quite taken aback. I think casting that at that level, in that tight space, would displace the fog that's in those squares as well.
If it takes it, it's supposed to get pushed, so would there be like some sort of compensation for the fact that it didn't get pushed because it's against the wall? Like it let go? Sorry.
You know, that makes sense. I mean, it can't go anywhere, but it could get shoved back against the wall hard. And that could be enough to cause it to. What were you going to say?
I think movement displacement breaks grapples. So
yeah, but typically
me,
only if
yeah.
the person actually gets moved somewhere. This
Yeah,
this
that's
thing
the
doesn't
thing.
have anywhere it can go, but I think it's cool and it makes sense. So it loses its grapple on Midge because of that. And Midge is feeling good. I think she's done. Alright, it's the Growl's turn that just got blasted. It's not happy about this. It clacks its beak noisily as it recovers from being blasted back against the wall, and then it lashes out viciously at her with a tentacle. Doesn't have advantage now, though, because they can see it. So it misses. Then it tries to get her with its beak. The beak hits. So she takes 5 piercing. Alright, that's it for the Growl. It can't move anywhere. Aura?
So, real quickly, I just want to, like, have a conversation with Roscoe, because he's right there. And I want to tell him, I think I have something, but I think you might get hurt, too. How do you feel about that?
This is what we live for. Kill it. Kill it
Okay.
now.
Okay, so, she's gonna kind of, like, try to turn towards the direction she is aware that it's in. And she's going to put her thumbs together and her hands splayed out as best she can while it's still got her held together. And she is going to cast that. But I don't know why it's not set up to do the DC. Yeah, it needs to make a dex save of 15. Ugh. Oh, Roscoe.
Yep.
Okay, you made it. Go
No,
ahead.
it doesn't have to hit Roscoe. I mean, you can aim the cone in such a way that it doesn't hit Roscoe and still gets the creature.
Oh, that's true. It's a cone. Okay. I get Burning Hands and Fireball confused sometimes with the whole.
Yeah, so
Blowing things up.
Roscoe doesn't
Yeah.
have to be in it. The
Okay,
creature
so
failed
Roscoe's
its save.
not in it. Okay, so
Takes
it
12.
takes that 12. Yes.
Alright, there's a disgusting sizzling sound. And yet, you do not hear the satisfying sound of this creature's flesh falling to the floor yet.
I don't care. I know I heard it this time. The last time I
stinks.
thought I heard it, it didn't do shit.
Yeah, oh, this time you definitely heard it. And let's say, in the similar vein as the Thunder Wave, shooting off a Burning Hands into this tight space with the fog burns away the fog from the back 2 squares.
Nice.
So now you can actually see it clearly. Now the squares that the 2 of you are in are still befogged, but the square that the monster is in is no longer fogged. So,
Oh, so it's still.
but it is still gripping you with a tentacle.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right, Katherine's turn. She's just going to attack the Growl. She'll do reckless attack again. And she will hit for 9 damage with sneak attack. Sinks her dagger in. Opens a big cut along just above where the tentacles are. Some sort of foul, greenish ichor glops out onto the floor. Like the sound of dumping milk out of a gallon jug. She says, ew.
Milk.
We'll keep stabbing you until all that crap comes out of you, she says, and she kind of growls. And it is the growl next to Roscoe and Ara's turn. This one is hurt pretty badly. Yeah, it looks rough. It looks like it's on its last tentacles, so to speak. Well, she recklessly attacks with precision because basically she's just attacking in such a way that she's not concentrating on her own defense. So enemies now get advantage to attack her because she's left herself wide open. She's still attacking precisely to get the sneak attack. She's just not defending herself while doing it. Okay. Well, does it still have tentacles on both of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. In that case, it's now displeased with Ara after that fire that you just blasted it with. So it's going to try to slap another tentacle on Ara. And it does hit. So you suffer another 5 points of piercing damage as the spines on the end of the tentacle rake across your lower back as it grabs onto you. It's now grabbing you with 2 tentacles, and you need to make a con save again.
Nice.
Okay, you're not poisoned or paralyzed. You just take some damage, and then it tries to bite you with its nasty, dripping beak, and also hits for 6 more points of piercing damage. There go most of those hit points that Sardick gave you.
I know.
Still, though, you would have been down right now if he hadn't healed you. So that's
Oh yeah,
good.
I would have.
All right, that's all it can do on its turn. So that brings us back to Sardick.
Okay, the spiritual weapon will stampede once again.
Spiritual weapon finally hits.
Forcing its way in for 7 points of damage.
Forcing its way in. It delivers a brutal gouging blow that rips the bottom of the creature open, and even more nasty ichor just gushes out of it. And it looks like it's wobbling in the air, like it can barely keep itself afloat through whatever foul, twisted means these creatures manages to float in the air. But it still stays up. What are you going to do now?
Katrin, you doing all right over there?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, in that case, Sardick will... He'll pull out his one remaining hand axe and send it whipping over in that direction.
Okay, go ahead and attack.
Don't get a 1. Don't get a 1.
12 actually hits. How do you want to do this?
Oh my god.
So, just focusing and channeling on the force of the bull, the horns go, slice into it, and then suddenly just pulling out the hand axe from his belt that he had considered long ago at the start of this fight, which seems quite a long while ago. He takes it, just spins it around, it goes whipping through the fog, and it just goes clean through that brain part and just splits it open like a cake, and it just falls on the floor.
Nice, like a cake. Alright, you killed one. Good job. You doing anything else? You gonna move or anything?
Yeah, Does Sardick get the feeling that it is actually dead? I mean, he can't quite see through all the fog.
Yeah, there's a very satisfying series of sounds that take place between the thing's dying screams and gurgles, as well as the sound of its flesh plopping in a great wet mass onto the stones of the floor. You're pretty sure it's dead.
Okay, yeah, then Sardick will go over to there and he'll yell to Katrin. The other one's down. It's just yours left, I think.
I got this. You guys can all rest if you want. She looks back at you and she has this amused feral gleam in her eyes. She gets a little wild when she goes into her rage. Midge Valgara says, "Yes, my wife and I fighting side by side. We shall defeat this beast." Katrin very quietly, "Fuck my life."
Yes, deliver us from evil, my children.
Roscoe, it's your turn. You're no longer grabbed by any tentacles. It let go of you when it died.
Good to know. So Roscoe will kind of step out of the mist, seeing Sardick. He will kind of be like there'll be this kind of like creepy moment where there's like green glow around him still, like from everything that he'd been doing before. He, like, laughing a little bit under his breath, walks up to Sardick and says, "Yes, brother. Yes, that was amazing. Point me to the other one so we can slay it."
Oh wait, did you just send me a message of what your new insanity is?
Yes, I did.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Does Sardick point me in the correct direction?
Oh, yes. Yeah, he wouldn't have a clue that anything's wrong. Yes, right over there in that corner. Midge and Katrin are there. And but now's not the time to be playing thaumaturgy with your eyes. We got one more to get rid.
Roscoe kind of lets it smile, and he's going to use a bonus action to dash towards the direction that he pointed. And I don't know how you want me to do this without metagaming, but with basically a full 30 feet of movement, can I eventually navigate to that back corner next to it?
Yeah, because you're just kind of fumbling forward, and you run into Midge, you run into Katrin, but they kind of just let you through, and you're able to sort of, like, fumble your way into that corner, like you say, yes. And once you're in there, you can see that back corner is no longer befogged, so you can actually see the creature.
Awesome. With that, Roscoe will look at it. It's like, "Well, hello, pretty." And he's going to, again, with like this sort of thunderous crack, slash out at it with his new weapon. Do I have disadvantage? Like, am I still poisoned? I don't know if the roll was to get rid of the paralysis or the poison.
They're both linked, so as soon as you make the save, you're not poisoned anymore. Okay,
so then this will just be a normal attack with Booming Blade and no hex on it. Does a 13 hit?
Yes, it does.
So Roscoe will do 24 damage to it, between magical slashing and 8 thunder.
That is a hell of a lot for a non-crit.
Yeah, Roscoe does damage when he is allowed to.
And
that's not even with hex.
Could have had hex on there as well. Yeah, that's amazing.
I needed a bonus action to transfer it.
How do you want to do this?
Roscoe kind of like stepping up and smiling with this thunderous thing is going to like see it. He's going to like grab onto one of the tentacles, like aware that it's like kind of spiny and poisonous and that sort of thing, and like pull it in close with its sword and just kind of like push the sword upward through the bottom of the creature as he pulls it in close, and like look for any kind of like sign of like pain or dying gasping breath, and just kind of savor it for a little bit as it happens.
Then he pecks it on the beak.
Gives it a little kiss as it falls.
Yeah, I could totally picture that.
And then like lets out this like deep sigh. Ah, yes.
Nice. Yeah, the enchanted elven steel slides up and through its body, as easily as cutting through warm butter. And you feel its death shivers vibrating through the blade and through your whole arm. And it feels amazing.
Oh boy. Well, that was amazing, wasn't it? Is there anything else? Anything else we can kill?
Catch it. It's dead? That's it? They're gone?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I gotta get
Is there anything
this
else?
fog. I don't see any more. Does anybody else see any signs of any other ones?
No, I didn't see a thing else out here besides those two.
Brother
Well, and that-
has... Go ahead.
And that one over there, as he comes into view. Thanks for nothing, you scalawag!
He kind of moves up and starts leaning against the wall in the room now, and he just offers you a slow clap. A slight amusement on his expression. Captain says, so how is everybody? I'm not hurt.
I couldn't be better. That was amazing.
Ara kind of crawls out of the fog, like, up. The first time she's taken, like, really any damage this entire, like, campaign.
Yeah, as soon as you moved yourself up to that spot, I thought, oh no, this is gonna go bad for her.
Roscoe, like, despite being covered in blood and poison and everything, is, like, surprisingly chipper and, like, energetic looking.
Midge Valgara just comes out. And she walks over to the vampire, kind of gets right up in front of him. We have completed your challenge! This beast of the frog that was too mighty for you was nothing for us! Despite saying this, she looks pretty badly hurt. Not as badly hurt as Ara, but she's definitely injured. In fact, I think she'll heal herself. Because that's what Valgara would do.
Actually, before that, while she's over there beginning to, do some showmanship for the vampire, Sardick will go ahead and once again draw his shield forth, and he's going to use his second channel divinity.
What, you can do it twice?
Yep, starting at 6th level.
Oh my god, that's so good. Life Cleric, man.
He'll give most of the life to Ara, and he'll give a bit to Midge.
Ara can take 11 of it. Because I can only take up to half of my hit points.
Mhm.
Half my hit points is 16.
Midge is
But-
actually...
Thank you.
Midge actually can't take any of it. She's at half her hit points right now.
He's fine. Seeing how gravely injured Ara is, he's fine doing that.
She thanks him. Again, she assumes it was him that healed her before.
There's
She
a
heard
couple,
something.
There's a couple of Grells here that could use some hit points.
They're about to get their tentacles removed.
And their barbs
Yes.
pulled out. So technically, when we bring that back, that'll be a quest done.
How does Healing Spirit work? Let's see. That's one of those new spells. I mean, it's not in the player's handbook, it's in something else. You can call this spirit, and it hangs out up to a minute, and it can restore a d6 hit points each turn. So ultimately, you could use that to restore up to 10 d6 hit points. And you can move it
Yeah.
around. Wow. That's pretty nice. I think she'll use that. So she's going to be using it on herself, but once she's fully healed, she'll use it on one of you others that still needs healing, but I'm going to roll the dice.
Ara is gonna eat her good berry.
Okay.
That gives her
you
back
one hit point, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm good. I'll take that hit point.
Alright, that's all she needed to heal herself to full. How many did I just roll? So she's got 4 more rounds that she can heal with that thing. So, who's still looking pretty rough?
Probably give it to Ara. Roscoe's probably not paying enough attention to that, and we'll start trying to harvest some of the Growlbar.
Alright, so she starts giving some d6s to Ara. There's 6 more for Ara.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that put you at?
What? If I stop hitting the equal button instead of the plus. That puts me at 23.
And another 2.
25.
And another 5.
30.
You're still not full though, right?
I'm too shy of full.
Alright, now you're full. And that's the end of the healing
thank you.
spirit. So while she's doing that for a minute with her healing spirit, what's everybody else doing?
Well, we need to get some of these barbs, do we not?
Yeah. And if we take the tentacles, we can sell them to the cook.
Perfect.
And Ara would definitely be willing to do that and not even worry about selling them to him because of what she's done for baby Varys.
Look, that seems fair to me. Let's harvest these, shall we not? Would anyone like to help? I'm happy to start making the incision.
Could we find a way to pluck the barbs? Like, somebody have some, like, makeshift pliers, tweezers?
I've got a sword stuck to my hand. I think this will do.
Well, she did say that you have to be kind of delicate with them. They break easy.
Yeah,
Because you can't. Because the barbs come off the tentacles get brought somewhere separately than the barbs will. She only wants the barbs. And
Look,
she
I've
wanted
got
us
these
to harvest them.
Tools
Harvest them.
that might be able to help, but only one hand to do it. So, if you got a better idea for how to do this.
What spell costs? What component costs, Saito?
Let me look and see what I have.
Yeah, the Black Viper
Would I have
gave
something
you
in the-
very... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say in my medicine kit, would I have something like that would be like similar to tweezers on a technicality, like to help
Yes.
heal the wound? All right, so should I just use that as a? I don't have. I obviously wouldn't have proficiency in it because I didn't get proficiency, but I do have them.
What about Sardick? Don't you have proficiency in something related to that?
Mason's tools?
Mason's tools, okay.
So, what kind of check is it that we're making?
Well, I was gonna say I could throw it in as a medicine check, but I just wouldn't have proficiency on it. So, but
No,
we
Saito,
can
I
get
just
up
looked it
to
up.
how many? There's 10 barbs on each tentacle.
I just looked it up on Xanathar's guide. It doesn't require a
Yeah, I guess
component.
what kind of check will you be calling for, and what kind of tools might be helpful? Like, are we looking for things like pliers, or is it more of just like a dexterity based or a nature or survival?
Really, all you need is a knife. You just have to be very careful and follow the instructions you were given. So it will be a dexterity check, and although I will allow you to substitute the nature skill instead of... And I would say...
I would have a better chance with dexterity than nature.
I would say if you're proficient with thieves' tools, you could use that proficiency as well.
Okay. I would have. I think I could do this pretty well with thieves' tools. It's not too dissimilar from some of the fine med skills needed.
So you guys can make these checks. You can decide who exactly is going to do them. It's going to take some time, though. It's going to take about 10 minutes per grell. So... my brother is standing there looking impatient. So, are you gonna have two different people do it, or?
I don't have thieves' tools of proficiency in them. But I can try with some dex checks for one of them.
We should also have people helping out. You know, the more people, more hands, will probably.
Katrin says, "I can help you, Roscoe. I know how to use those tools too."
Oh, perfect.
So if she helps
you,
you'll be doing... Of course, that's not going to matter because you guys already have advantage because you were given explicit instructions by the Black Viper, which is already going to give you advantage, so you really don't need anybody to help you. So Katrin says, I could do the other one unless you want to Aura.
If you're better at these tools than I am better at casting a spell than picking a lock, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty good with my hands and using a knife.
She said, but if, like, when you guys are done, she'll take all the tentacles and wrap them probably in her bedroll because she doesn't give a shit about it. So that they can be put away.
Alright, so go ahead and make your roll. Just make a Thieves' Tools roll, essentially. Ooh!
Okay.
Very beautiful.
Butchering? What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, with advantage, she gets a 22. So she did almost as well as you, but not quite. So, the way I was going to do this was... there's 10 possible tentacles. And for each tentacle, there's a chance to get the barb successfully without messing it up, and a chance to get the tentacle itself successfully without messing it up. So, we'll start with the tentacles themselves. What you're going to do is roll a d10, and then you're going to get a bonus based on what you rolled on your other check, which will be +3. So you actually got every tentacle off
I had
of your
rolled
grell
8, but I found an extra tentacle.
without damaging them. Now roll another d10 for the barbs, but you'll still keep that same 25 that you rolled for the... And you got every barb successfully without damaging them as well. So now as long as Aura wraps them up carefully as she was explained to do, which doesn't require a check of any kind, then these will be good to go.
I mean, if I could swaddle a baby, I think I could swaddle some tentacles that have no barbs in them safely.
Yeah.
If you can swaddle a tentacle, you can dodge a ball.
I said swaddle, not swallow.
No tentacle swallowing. This isn't that kind of game.
I
it
have
was
to say,
very
I have a
close to
friend
that
that's
kind of
watching this, and he's been commenting on Discord the entire time about the tentacle situation.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yes. So I made the comment that I'm okay with still being stuck in the tentacles, and he was like, oh, you're okay with that, huh?
Alright, so for Katrin,
You get numb to it after a while.
she only gets a +2 to this. She only got 3 tentacles
Oof.
and 7 barbs. So somebody write this down. You guys have a total of 17 grell barbs and a total of 13 grell tentacles.
There, now it's in our chat.
Yeah.
Got it in my notes too.
And they should stay good for quite a while, but not forever. Like, if you wait more than like a week to take those back, then they're not going to be good anymore.
No, we've got to go back sooner rather than later anyway for payment of
Well,
the
we have a few
body.
gems to collect, do we not? Roscoe will kind of walk up to the gems in the eyes. Any objection?
Well, what would anybody else have been doing while they were spending 10 minutes doing that?
That's true.
Yeah, Sardick was actually planning on walking up the pillars and looking at the eyes, and if he were to deem that things were pretty benign, he'd just start plucking them out.
All right, you kind of have to dig them out of there because they're plastered into the sockets, but it's not difficult. You don't have to make a roll for it. It's just kind of time consuming. Each one takes about a minute to get out.
He's got 10 minutes.
And there's only 9 eye gems to collect, so you can get them all out in the same amount of time that they're collecting the tentacles.
How is the vampire reacting to this?
Just leaning against the wall, looking very bored.
Mm.
Very bored. And during that time, what was Ara doing while they were doing that?
Ara probably would have been hovering.
She could have been like swaddling the tentacles as we got new ones.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
as-
each one I
as
probably
you
would have
go.
like rolled them up. Yeah.
Good idea. Alright.
And then she's gonna like cast prestidigitation on herself because she is like slight germaphobe. And kind of get some of like the gook and the grossness, because I guess at one point he did she got spattered with Grell gook.
Yeah. Everybody
So
that
she's-
was within 5 feet of a Grell is definitely bespattered with plenty of Grell gook.
So basically, the first person that was attacked by the Grell that never got hit was the only person that didn't actually get hit by a Grell that didn't get spattered.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, so Ara's kind of germaphobic now. Like, now that those are all wrapped up and put away, she's like, all right, this is gross, and she's casting on herself.
So Midge Valgara will come up to Ara and say, "This body is filthy. Can you use your sorceries to remove some of this stench that this woman seems to have herself drenched in?"
Who are you talking to? I'm sorry. I was, like, busy cleaning myself.
I was talking to you,
Oh, who am I cleaning?
Midge.
Midge kind of likes herself like that. And I kind of work on getting, like, the Grell off of her, but I don't bother taking any of, like, what is Midge off of her.
Okay.
Like, anything that makes, other than the Grell stuff, because I don't want Midge waking up, like, with her craziness that she seems to have. I don't want her coming back to and being like, what is this? Why am I covered in this? Like, at least if she has her own normal stench, she'll be okay, I hope.
I'm giving Roscoe another point of inspiration for the whole role-playing of the madness thing. So, since you already have inspiration, you have to choose who to give it to. You could possibly give it to
Who needs it still?
Ara, Midge, or Katrin.
Let's go, Ara.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
So now you have inspiration again.
Which I will forget, and then someone will have to remind me.
No worries. Good to have it. So Roscoe is going to walk up to Sardick again and say, Sardick, thank you so much. You made that possible. How did it feel when you killed that first one?
How did it feel? Well, I guess I suppose I felt relief most of all. My herd was in danger, and, with that going down, a lot of the danger was removed.
Yes, it was exhilarating, wasn't it? That was amazing. Again, thank you. We should do this more often.
Does Ara hears this? I mean, he's like right behind her, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like nerding out and getting excited, not trying to be quiet.
She's going from, now here's Ara's thought processes. This is happening, this conversation is she's going from the original conversation when we got down to the dungeon where Roscoe was like, I'll stand behind, and she basically called him a fraidy cat, and he actually admitted in her head accidentally that he was terrified. And now he's like, oh my god, that felt so amazing, like we should do it again. And she's just sort of like, what's this?
I had a vision in the middle of that, and it was right before you killed the thing, and it just made me realize, Sardick, that this is our path, and that we should take pleasure in it. We shouldn't be like afraid or worried about it. We can enjoy what we're doing down here. We don't have to be in terror or victims to Hauster.
But this is disgusting, Katrin says. It's not fun. I mean, I understand getting excited during battle and feeling the rush, but it's not really something to be enjoyed. These creatures are all horrifying and hideous, and they stink and they hurt and they are filled with gross substances. I mean, it's not fun.
And look at us. We killed them. We survived. They didn't. How exciting is that?
Well, it is good to survive.
And look at us. We're stronger. The first time we came down here, we almost died to, blood and centipedes. We almost died here, but look how strong we are. And I don't know, it's just different than anything we've ever done, or I've ever done, at least in my life, to get to have this kind of power.
Well, yes, it excites me that no one else shall have to fall victim to those abominations. That is what they are, it seems.
Well, either way, Sardick, what you did there was amazing, and it literally saved us. So thank you.
Katrin
At
puts
that,
her
Ara's
hand on-
gonna... Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, at that, Ara looks at the vampire and goes, so does this grant us safe passage, at least from you guys?
The vampire that was called Brother says, "That is not my decision to make. I will make my report of what I witnessed to the Master, and then he will tell you what is to be."
So are we going back to him now?
Yes, as soon as you're done fooling around.
She tries very hard not to roll her eyes and say several mean things that she was taught never to say, but would say them anyway, in any language she can speak. And then looks at everybody and goes, guys, we should probably go.
Katrin puts a hand on Sardick's shoulder and she says, "Thank you for taking care of them. I had to go save Midge," and she says Midge really obviously while looking at her. Because Midge was in trouble, so I was saving Midge. Midge Valgamar is just grumbling under her breath. "Let's just go."
You're most welcome. I'm sure she appreciates it in turn.
So, you guys can write down that you have now obtained 9 Tiger Eye gems, worth 10 gold apiece.
Sardick obtained 9 Tiger Eye gems. Okay, those will
Yep,
stay with him until the end of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure only
obtained
Sardick
them.
those. And nobody else should be writing those in their character sheet.
And he's keeping them forever. Well, eventually, probably you'll get rid of that insanity, and then you won't feel compelled to keep everything. As it is now, you're essentially like Saito playing a single-player role-playing game, where he has to keep every item, even if he doesn't need them.
Speaking of which, somewhere during this, he would have picked up his 2 hand axes.
Right, of course. And Midge recollects her staff. So you harvested a lot of good materials off these Grell. And you survived a tough fight.
We did.
That was getting real close there. The whole Roscoe R corner was not going well.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, paralysis is pretty scary.
And the not
That
being
was
able
the
to
one
see.
thing I left out with.
Yeah. In the actual module, there's no fog in this room. I added it just to make things more fun for you.
Oh, you're evil.
So much fun.
I know, that was so fun.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you rolling out back to see
Yes.
the boss
Well,
again?
if Grells respawn, then we can farm them for experience and loot. So maybe we stick around.
Yeah,
Nice.
you just have to exit the instance and come back in, and there'll be 2 new Grells.
Yeah, you guys are on your own for that.
Wait, should we burn the bodies so that nothing comes to eat them? We don't care. We don't need to come back to this room.
Yeah, this is a dead end. For now.
For now. We didn't check for doors, but
I'm
Actually,
pretty sure
because
if
of
there was
the
a door,
mist-
Grell would have gone in.
we don't know where the walls are.
You can feel
Alright, she
around.
grabs Roscoe by his shirt and drags him out of the room. Let's go.
Hey,
Let's
hey,
go.
wait. Fine.
Let's go.
I'm coming. You don't have to pull me.
I think I do.
Okay. Just careful. My sword's kind of attached to my hand, and I don't really remember that sometimes.
So she follows, obviously dragging Roscoe.
Yeah, Roscoe is no longer.
Roscoe was like, I'm ready for another fight!
Put me in, coach. I'm ready.
Alright, so brother takes you back, and you go back the way you came. And you go straight back to the room where Uktal Kranika is. Do you guys do anything else besides just go straight back to that room?
No.
Roscoe peers down in case there's anything else to fight down south. No more carrying crawlers yet,
Calm down.
unless there are.
Not yet. Alright, cool. Well, as you enter back into the room and have your second meeting with the Master of the Undertakers, that is where we will leave things off for the night.
Do you want us to? Where do you want us to leave our tokens?
It really doesn't matter. You can leave them right where they
Right.
are or move them to that room, but
I'm in a room full of faux vampires.
Bunch of clown vampires.
actually one thing does happen. When you get to the door, brother holds up a hand to stop you, and he says, "Just wait here for a moment. I must go in and announce you. He will tell me if he is ready for you to come in."
You do not blah, 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 blah.
Roscoe's sitting there trying to fiddle his thumb, but it's kind of still attached too tightly to the sword, and he gets frustrated. He's like, "But if we gotta fight, then I'm gonna go for the flanks, or you stay back, Sardick, and yeah, Sardick and Katrin, you run in first."
Alright, so the only one that actually knew that there were fake vampires in the room was Roscoe, correct?
Yeah, and he didn't say anything
You
in
never
the room,
said
and we've
anything.
had this dude with us.
Alright.
I
So
think
Ara looks at him and
Midge
goes, "There's a
also
room full of
noticed.
vampires." No. No.
And if we do have a moment of like just to ourselves, Roscoe like, I'm not sure they're all even vampires, which would make this fight much easier if we were to go.
Ara just kind of goes, "I'm almost out of spells."
Yeah, but you can punch still, right?
You know how you were walking around this whole time going, "I feel so weak. I feel so weak. I'm that weak."
Oh, you mean normally?
Yeah,
Yeah.
how's
I feel
everybody
pretty
looking?
strong.
Sardick, you used a good number of spells in these couple of fights, right?
Yeah, this past fight, yes. The other one before, not as much, but this one, yeah.
Oh, never mind. I actually have a lot of level 2. I have all my
Midge
level
actually
2.
has a ton of spells left.
I still have one of my level 1 slots, just saying.
Yeah, okay, technically I still have 2 level 3 because I still have my Pearl of Power. I have a 1 level 1 and then 3 level 2s, and I have all of my cantrips, which are mostly all damaging spells if they hit.
Alright, so basically brother slips through the door and he kind of shuts it behind him really fast. It's a little bit suspicious. It's like he doesn't want you to see into the room for some reason. And then he just comes back and
They all have vamp makeup on.
all right, everyone, get into positions. Get into positions.
Get
Like
back
the
in your
plastic
masquerade makeup.
I know the
Get
teeth
your
are
wig back
uncomfortable.
on.
The teeth are uncomfortable. We'll put them back in.
So then he comes back, opens the door, and ushers you all inside. And that's where we'll stop for the night.
Okay.
So, if you're watching the stream, don't go anywhere because we're not actually done streaming yet. But if you're watching on YouTube, this episode is now over. So thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. This is the Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, 5th edition heavy RP D&D campaign. See you next time.